ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, presents Speed World. And we are live at Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama, where the Winston 500 is just about to start. Boy, we have had some terrible weather here in Alabama the last 24 hours. We had rain this morning, but the track is drying sufficiently, and in about 5 minutes, the cars are going to fire up, and we're going to go 500 miles here this afternoon in the Winston 500. I'm Bob Jenkins. We welcome you to our coverage of this event. Now, it's been very difficult for us to entertain ourselves here in the past 24 hours with all the rain. We played little cards, and earlier today when it looked like we were going to get rained out again, our two pit reporters engaged in a little song and dance, a little singing in the rain. Now, we've had body shaping and bodies in motion and bodies by Jake. Let's go to Jerry Bunch, bodies in traction. Jerry, what's going on at pit road?
Exactly, Bob. I guess we have to do something to try to pass the time when it rains. And after talking to Darrell Waltrip yesterday, I think it's contagious. What he had, maybe I got and gave to John Kernan. But the good news, fans, is that no more dancing from Punch and Kernan. We're going to have racing NASCAR style. You look behind me here. The drivers are getting in their cars. Dale Earnhardt has climbed in his car, Rusty Wallace. And, of course, right here, Ricky Rudd, the current Winston Cup point leader, has climbed in the Tide Chevrolet. Waddell Wilson getting him buckled in. We're going to set to go racing, the 22nd annual Winston 500. The drivers are eager for racing, as are you, and I'm tired of dancing. So let's get ready and have the big dance here at the big Speedway, Bob.
Well, everybody certainly is anxious to get this thing started. Benny, it has been a long 24 hours for a lot of people.
And especially the drivers, Ned, because yesterday they were keyed up. The adrenaline was flowing. They were ready for the Winston 500. Now, 24 hours later, they're still ready, but the adrenaline has subsided somewhat. Now it's going to take about 30 or 40 laps to get that adrenaline flowing again.
Well, we see Ernie Irvan buckling up in his car. He'll be on the pole position.
And indeed, let's take a look now at the die-hard starting grid for today's Winston 500. Ernie Irvan will start from the pole, qualifying at 195.106. He is in the Kodak Film Chevrolet number 4. Harry Gant starts alongside. He's from Taylorsville, North Carolina, and driving the number 33 Skoal Bandit Oldsmobile. Second row is Kyle Petty in the mellow yellow Pontiac number 42, and Davey Allison from Hueytown, Alabama, in the Haviland Ford number 28. Darrell Waltrip starts in 5th position in the Western Auto Chevrolet car 17, and then Ricky Rudd from Chesapeake, Virginia, in the Tide Chevrolet car number 5. The number 2 Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac, driven by Rusty Wallace, will go from the 4th row. Alongside him will be Dale Earnhardt in the GM Goodwrench Chevrolet car 3. Bill Elliott starts in 9th position in the Coors Light Ford. He's from Dawsonville, Georgia. And then Lake Speed in the number 66 Trop Arctic Pontiac. He's from Jackson, Mississippi. The Budweiser Ford, driven by Jeff Bodine, starts 11th this afternoon. And the number 12 car of Hut Strickland, the Rebestis Brakes Buick, will start in 12th position. Rick Mast will go from 13th in the Skoal Classic Oldsmobile car number 1, flanked by Bobby Hamilton. The 8th row consists of Alan Kowicki and Brett Bodine. In the 9th row will be Chad Little, number 19, Ken Schrader, number 25. The 10th row, 22, Sterling Marlin, and 30, Michael Waltrip. In the 11th row will be Mickey Gibbs in 24 and Dale Jarrett in 21. Row 12, Derry Cope in 10, Terry Labonte in 94. The 13th row, 47, Greg Sachs, 43, Richard Petty. The 14th row consists of Phil Barkdahl in 73 and Mark Martin in number 6. Going to row number 15 is Jimmy Spencer in 98 and Rick Wilson in number 8. Stanley Smith and Wally Dallenbach Jr. in cars 49 and 90 go from the 16th row. Morgan Shepherd and Joe Ruttman in row 17. The 18th row consists of Bobby Hill in the number 20 and Jimmy Means in 52. Row number 19, Buddy Baker and Ted Musgrave. The 20th row, Jeff Purvis and Larry Pearson. And starting in 41st position, taking a provisional to get into the field, number 71, Dave Marcus. And the sun is about to peek through. Believe it or not, there was a time that I thought I'd never see the sunshine again.
It's been a while.
Man, I tell you, we rained about 3 inches here at the racetrack yesterday in about a 3-hour period. And as I said, it rained this morning, and it looked for a while as if we may not be able to get this race in. However, it looks good now as the cars are about to fire up.
I heard some comment that Larry Pearson in the Kellogg's car had a dead battery, and I wonder if NASCAR is going to allow them to charge the battery, change the batteries, just exactly what mechanically these drivers can do to their cars, because, Ned, the race never was started, was it?
No, the green flag never fell, and so it was not officially started, but they certainly had certain rules that they went by as far as what they could do on pit road, and they did not include changing those kind of things. But I'm sure they didn't expect that type of situation, so who knows what they will be allowed to do.
For all you race fans that are watching, stay with us because we're going to have flag-to-flag uninterrupted coverage this afternoon. The regularly scheduled programming on ESPN during the afternoon will be preempted so that we can bring you every lap of this 188-lap event known as the Winston 500 from Talladega Superspeedway. In about 5 minutes, they're going to fire the engines. The track is looking very, very good. And despite the fact that we're 24 hours beyond where we wanted to start it, there's a good crowd on hand here set to watch stop number 9 on the Winston Cup Tour for 1991. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers, with that clean, crisp, cold taste. Nothing beats a Bud. By Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? Stand by for live flag-to-flag coverage of the Talladega Superspeedway's Winston 500 after this.
You know, for the smallest jobs to great American homes, the paint more people count on is Sears Weather Beater. Guaranteed to last for 15 years, no matter where you live, no matter what the weather. For the paint, for the craftsman tools, guaranteed to last. Count on Sears, the home of America's craftsmen.
And during Sears' Best Weather Beater paint sale, this satin finish is on sale, only $17.99, only at Sears.
There were over 100,000 people here yesterday, and I would estimate the crowd at about 60% of that. Quite good for a Monday afternoon as the cars are lined up on pit road, 41 strong, and even more people are making their way out of their campers and their motorhomes and working their way toward their seats to watch this exciting contest of speed here this afternoon. Well, let's go now to the starting line and our national anthem as we get set for today's race. It's almost time to go racing. Let's go to John Kernan, who's with our pole sitter.
Sitting on the pole, Ernie Irvin, first pole of the year. Ernie blowing the competition away. The only car to go over 195 miles an hour. More importantly, though, second leg of the Winston Million on the line today. Was it an anxious 24 hours that you've waited to get back in the car?
Well, yeah, you know, we are. You know, this Kodak car's been running real good, and, you know, Chevrolet's really helped us a lot, and we're wanting to see what we can do against the competition, not in practice situations, but in a race situation. So, you know, I think we're in good shape, and we'll just have to play it by ear and stay out of trouble.
Trying to stay out of trouble, I'd asked Tony Glover if they were worried about the fouled spark plugs, but Jerry, he said no, they were not worried about that this morning. Well, Dale Earnhardt starting back in the pack, and Dale, you've been the man to beat here last year, won them both, and you're in the same race car. Feel pretty good about it?
Well, we do. It's going to be a little different race today. I think everybody will be pretty anxious today. I hope everybody gets settled down, and we just stay here in the lead draft and try to wear them down to 500 miles and then go for it.
Well, we'll move out of Dale Earnhardt's face as he is getting his game face on, getting set to fire the engines for the 22nd annual Winston 500. Bob, the drivers are in their cars. They're suited up. The crews are ready, and so are we, getting set for racing NASCAR style from Talladega Superspeedway. Back to you.
And I can guarantee you that the fans that have gathered here, who have been very, very patient during the last 24 hours, are also ready to see some racing. Yesterday, the cars were on the track. They were just about to take the green flag. In fact, they had been given the one more lap signal when the rain began to fall, and it fell hard for about 3 or 4 hours. Well, even though this is a 24-hour delay, ESPN is presenting the Right Guard Halfway Challenge. The driver leading at the halfway lap will win a $10,000 reward from Right Guard's Sports Stick Antiperspirant, and you will have a chance to win a Pontiac Grand Prix SE. To enter, call 1-900-737-1100 before the halfway lap. If your entry is selected and you are called at home, you must name the driver who won the Right Guard Halfway Challenge award to win that Pontiac Grand Prix SE. We're awaiting the command to start the engines. We've been waiting for a long time, but NASCAR promises that in just a moment, as they get their service vehicles and their emergency crews in place, as soon as that happens, drivers will be given the command to start engines.
Well, it's almost 24 hours since we been waiting for. Well, we heard, gentlemen, start your engines yesterday, and we even saw cars on the racetrack, as you said, taking slow laps behind the pace car.
Anyway, we were talking a little bit ago about what they were allowed to do to the cars. We still don't know if they allowed Larry Pearson to change the battery on his car, but what they were told this morning is that they could change the air cleaners on the cars because they do collect some moisture overnight. They could re-air the tires, and if they wanted to drain the fuel tanks in case they were afraid of getting moisture in there, they could do that and refill them. Don't know if any of them did that or not, but that's one thing they could have done.
All right, while we await the command to start engines and while we await the start of the Winston 500 here at Talladega Superspeedway, we'll take this break and be right back. Again, stay with us because we're going to have flag-to-flag coverage all afternoon.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sports Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents, a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, a true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right Guard Sports Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
One car manufacturer has more NASCAR victories than anyone. Winning over 350 NASCAR races over 4 decades of racing. That car manufacturer is Ford. And that kind of winning performance goes beyond the winner's circle.
I'd like to present Mickey Nutting, the Vice President of Operations of Sports Marketing Enterprises, with those famous words. Gentlemen, start your engines.
Sound that all of us have been waiting on. The command to actually refire the engines after yesterday's rainout. The drivers are getting set to go 500 miles here at the world's fastest speedway, Talladega Superspeedway.
And Bob, I'm sure there were some of those drivers in those cars, there may be most of them, that were very anxious. This is the first time that they fired those cars since they pulled them on pit road. They were left out on pit road. Most of them had them covered last night, but they didn't know if those things were going to fire or not.
That's exactly what I was thinking, and I've been looking at pit road to see if there's any scrambling around. I don't see any yet.
Let's go down to Jerry Punch on pit road.
Well, there is some concern here in the motorcraft pits, and that's driver Morgan Shepherd in the car behind us. We're talking with Greg Moore, who is the son of Bud Moore, car owner, and Greg's involved with the engine building along with Brother Darrell. Greg, yesterday you ran some laps with the rain on the track, and then you were concerned that the car may be on 7 cylinders. What happened?
Well, Jerry, you know, we run so many laps under the caution, you know, before they gave the green. There is a possibility that we've fouled the spark plugs. We're going to crank it up and run a few laps and see how it runs, and hopefully it clears out, but right now we just don't know.
Will NASCAR allow you to come in and change the plugs without being penalized if you're going to run 3 or 4 laps of warm-up?
I believe they will. I believe we can do that, but we're hoping that we're not going to get in that situation. We hope that it will clear out. We go ahead and start. You know, if we do come in under the caution, we will have to start in the rear, but we are starting back pretty far back anyway, so it shouldn't make a lot of difference.
Some concern here in the motorcraft pits for Morgan Shepherd and the motorcraft team. Let's go up to John Kernan, who's standing by with Gary Nelson. John?
Thank you, Jerry. You know, it has been 24 hours since these cars were last out on the racetrack. A lot of rain out there, Gary. You were unable to make any adjustments to the cars this morning. From a crew chief's point of view, how do you play out the strategy in the early laps?
Well, there's been a lot of compromises here. You know, Kyle and I talked. We didn't get any practice Saturday afternoon because of rain. That's really our most important practice. Then yesterday we almost got a few laps in before the rain came, and then we didn't get any high-speed laps there. So really we had to compromise on the jetty. We had to compromise on the setup. Hopefully we guessed it just right. And then today there's a higher pressure and cooler temperatures. So we're kind of concerned about the jetting in the carburetor. Hope we have enough fuel in it. Hope we're not too lean for the current conditions. But I think we're going to be okay. And really, it's the same for all the teams, so it's going to be an interesting day.
On the track, though, do you tell them to take it easy at first just to feel things out? Do you think that's what everyone will do?
Well, that's pretty typical here for Talladega. You know, everybody runs so close together. And, you know, it'd be nice to lead a lot of laps here, but what we really want to do is lead the last lap, and we want to have a car that's still competitive at the end and not getting in any trouble early. So for sure, we're going to give everybody plenty of room and not be too concerned of where we fall in the early stages. We just don't want the leaders to get away from us.
That's one thing. They don't have to worry about a lot of the traffic in the back because Kyle is starting right behind the pole center, Ernie Irvin. And Bob, the car is still sitting here on pit road as they're waiting for the engines to come up to the proper temperature.
But they should be moving away momentarily. And by the way, Kyle Petty was the lap leader at the last restrictor plate race at Daytona.
You know, Gary Nelson mentioned jetting and the concern they have whether or not the jets are big enough. Jet is a piece that there's 4 of them that screws into a carburetor with a hole in them that allows fuel to go through the carburetor. And they open the hole or close the hole, and that allows more or less fuel to go in. You want to run the exact amount of fuel in. Not if it's too much, it's too rich, the car won't run properly. If it's too lean, the hole is too small, that's what we call too lean. Then the cylinders get too warm for lack of fuel, and that's what they say when they burn a piston. Really and truly, the cylinders get too warm, and the piston just simply melts.
And we saw some cars experience that very thing earlier this weekend before and during the practice and the qualifying.
Martin burned 2 pistons in his practice engines, and that's one thing that hurt his qualifying effort is that his 2 best race engines, boom, he goes on the racetrack, burns a piston. And therefore, he had to go to a backup engine, which is basically an engine that he would use on a big track and not the restrictor engines.
Let's get more on this as we go back down to Dr. Punch.
You're looking at Mike Kennedy, who's with Pontiac Research and Development, who built the engine for the Rusty Wallace car today. And Mike, a lot of concern, although the weather changes drastically from yesterday to today. What would you like to have done to the engine to adjust for the temperature today?
Well, maybe just a little bit less timing in the engine, a little bit more jet. It seems like the barometer's up a little bit, and the weather's a little bit cooler, so it's going to make the engine leaner.
How will this affect your gas mileage? We talked about gas mileage may be a critical calculation in today's race. How will the weather change have an effect on that?
I don't think it'll have a big effect because we couldn't retune the engine, so we're still going to get about the same mileage.
Mike Kennedy, one of the engine builders. Mike, will let you go on up to the Rusty Wallace pits. He's one of the reasons the Pontiacs are running so much better on the restrictor plates here at Talladega.
So what we really have said here in the last 3 or 4 minutes is that it is a guessing game. It is a shoot right now that nobody really knows what's going to happen in the first few laps of this event. But in any case, the cars have moved on to the 2.6-mile racetrack, and in about 5 more laps of caution, they will be getting the green for the start of the Winston 500. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more live coverage from Talladega, Alabama.
Of all the personalized services offered by the American Express Gold Card, maybe the most significant is the first, application. You make one phone call, and if you qualify, all that's required is your signature. No forms to fill out, just a conversation. A simple demonstration of how easy many things will become when you're a Gold Card member. The American Express Gold Card. To get an idea of the kind of personalized service you can expect when you carry the Gold Card, call up and apply. Everything is done for you over the phone. If you qualify, you just sign the acceptance form when it arrives in the mail. 1-800-THE-GOLD. A preview of how it feels to be a Gold Card member. The American Express Gold Card.
Man and machine race against the clock at the Indy 500 time trial. The speed, the drama, the excitement of qualifying for the greatest spectacle and richest motor race in the world, the Indy 500 time trial, beginning Sunday, May 12th, live on ESPN. The field has just crossed the starting line for the first of about 5 warm-up laps that we will have before the actual green flag is dropped and the start of the Winston 500.
And you're talking about warm-up laps. We're not talking about really to drive the racetrack. We are talking about warm-up laps. We've talked, these cars sit on pit road all last night. They have to get everything up to operating temperature. The transmission, the rear end, and the engine, all those lubricants have to be up to operating condition. If not, they're going to have trouble with the race cars.
Pace car takes him out of turn number 2 and begins to flatten out on the backstretch. Ernie Irvan, the pole sitter for today's race, and Harry Gant speeds down about 4 miles an hour from last year. And there's Tony Glover, the crew chief, on the Ernie Irvan car as he has conversation with his driver on the racetrack prior to the start. The Unocal bonus money is up to $22,800. That's the bonus amount that Ernie Irvan will win if he should go on to win today's Winston 500.
And if he should not win, it will be another $7,600 will be added to the purse. And in Charlotte, the winner would be able to win
$30,400, I believe. Is that right?
Probably.
You can see the heavy rain that fell here overnight. This was the scene yesterday afternoon as, again, about 3 inches of rain fell here in the Talladega area. It started about 1 o'clock. Saturday, there was also rain. However, the ARCA race was underway when we had a terrible crash here in the Tri-Oval right at the start-finish line. Chris Gerke's car sideways. The air gets under it. It rolls down the straightaway here right at the start-finish line. The car comes to rest on its wheels in the middle of the racetrack. Several cars coming down toward the car, and Carl Miscotton Jr.'s car hits Gerke's, and both drivers were seriously injured. An update on their conditions from Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, Bob, we spoke to Bob Logo, the president of ARCA, just this morning, who has been in close contact with both families. And the further information we have is that Chris Gerke's condition is still listed as critical at Caraway Methodist Medical Center, just on the north side of Birmingham here. His injury is primarily that of a head injury. Remember, he had surgery on Saturday night. He has tolerated the surgery very well, has no other internal injuries to speak of. He is a young man with an excellent physical condition. His blood pressure, temperature, and other vital signs have continued to fluctuate, but they have hopes that he will recover. And, of course, the family there standing by along with our wishes. Now, Carl Miscotton Jr., the 42-year-old driver from Nashville, Tennessee that was involved, he's at University of Alabama, Birmingham. Now, he is awake and alert and conscious and possibly even watching today's telecast, and we certainly wish him well. He had a bruise on the brain, no other internal injuries. He is recovering nicely without surgery and should do extremely well. But again, those two drivers still holding on and doing better on a daily basis, and we certainly send our best wishes along.
Thank you, Jerry, for the update on the condition of those two drivers. So again, we are under caution here for some warm-up laps prior to the start of the Winston 500. We're going to take another commercial break and make sure that we're back for all the action for this afternoon's race.
Suzuki GSX 1100G. Fly without excess baggage.
It's tough enough to take you 250,000 miles. Tough enough to take you from Akron to Atlanta, on to Fort Worth and Fargo.
It's the Quaker State Guarantee. A guarantee so tough, your new car's engine is protected against oil-related breakdowns for 250,000 miles or 10 years.
Hartford to Hollywood.
Enroll free at your Quaker State Service Center. You could run out of roads before you run out of Quaker State protection, because Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
The Suzuki Katana 750. It relieves aching muscles fast.
In 2 more laps, we will get a start of the Winston 500. It's been a long time. Almost 24 hours have elapsed. As a matter of fact, it lacks about 10 minutes. This was the scene on Sunday afternoon at just after 1 o'clock when the rain began to fall. And it fell very, very hard. As a matter of fact, it created lakes and rivers in the Talladega infield. And there you can see one vehicle that was completely submerged. This is home video that was taken in the infield yesterday. They finally got that Jeep out of there and everything is okay. But there was a lot of storm damage in the Talladega area itself. None here at the Speedway to speak of, except for a lot of water. But there was some damage to some apartment buildings over in the Birmingham area, which is about 40 miles to the west of us. But we are now about ready to go racing here at Talladega for 500 miles. And you can see that, again, there were about 100,000 people here yesterday, and I am absolutely amazed. They continue to pour in here, and I would say we have probably somewhere between 70 and 80% of the crowd that we had yesterday.
I would think easily 70, 80%, and maybe even more than that. The place looked pretty full to me. We talk about all the rain, and we saw the Jeep in the mud puddle. Well, obviously, if these fellas do happen to have a problem and pull off in the infield, they're not going to be able to. They're going to get stuck. They're not going to be able to move.
This coming lap, I believe they're going to be, instead of coming down through the tri-oval, Jerry, they're going to come in through the pit area?
Exactly, Bob. They are going to bring them down pit road. You see behind me up pit road, there's still a few areas that may be a little bit damp on the margin of pit road out toward the grass. So what they decided to do for safety reasons is to bring the field out of turn 4, and they will turn them and bring them down pit road here one time. They've gone by and warned all the crews to make sure everyone is off pit road. They're going to be coming now down the short chute, and the Pontiac pace car will bring them down pit road. And remember, the pit speed can be only about 56 miles an hour, so they will slow the pace car down, and all the crews will be able to tell their driver, look at the tachometer right now. Make sure you know exactly how many RPMs you're turning. This has to be your speed during pit stops on race day. Now Ernie Irvin in the field. Pass and review. 40 starters here. They will get some air, and the drivers now signal their crew members to try to drive pit road. And we will next time by and look for the green flag. Bob?
Boy, these drivers have got to be very antsy. How would you feel, Benny, at this point, having waited 24 hours? You've been out there 5 laps now. I imagine you're ready to go, aren't you?
Well, not really. As I said a little bit ago, the adrenaline, you was pumped up yesterday, and the adrenaline kind of went away. Now, it's going to take 20 or 30 laps to get that adrenaline going, the adrenaline that you need to win a Winston Cup Stock Car race.
Dale Jarrett carrying one of our in-car cameras. So is Lake Speed, the Phillips 66 in-car camera. Lake with an excellent qualifying run begins from 10th position. And our third in-car camera this afternoon is being carried by Hut Strickland, the Ray Vestas Buick car. The channel lock in-car camera will be showing us the pictures from Hut Strickland's machine. As you can see, the lights are out on top of the pace car as the field now heads for turn number 3. And within just a matter of moments, we will get a start to the Winston 500, and it's going to be almost 24 hours. Looks like they're going to get the green flag at about 5 minutes to 1 on Monday instead of 1 o'clock on Sunday. That is, of course, Central Time.
Hard to believe we're actually going to see a race down in turn 1 after we've been in this booth. Seems like we've lived in here for the last 24 hours.
As I said, there was storm damage, even report of tornadoes. We were told to get out of the booth yesterday. They evacuated the grandstand because of the potential of 45 to 50 mile an hour winds, but all that is behind us. And now the only thing we can think of is 500 miles of competition. The fans are back for the start of the Winston 500. The pace car pulls off the racetrack and heads for pit road. The 41-car field moves through the trioval. Now remember, the starting line here is down toward turn number 1, past the trioval. Here comes Ernie Irvin and the others. They begin to accelerate toward the green flag. It is out, and the Winston 500 is finally underway. Down to complete lap number 1. Irvin has the lead. Kyle Petty running second. The battle for third position is between Davey Allison and Darrell Waltrip. 2 by 2 into turn number 1.
Boy, look at Darrell Waltrip on the end. Kyle Petty on the outside. Ernie comes down. They're going to be a 3 abreast.
Ernie gets sandwiched by Darrell Waltrip on the low side and Kyle Petty on the outside. Remember, drafting is so important here. You don't want to get out of the draft, and it looks like Ernie may be out of the draft in the middle.
Now Darrell Waltrip 3 deep in the middle going into turn 3. Back to the lead. Kyle Petty, Davey Allison, Ricky Rudd, and here's Earnhardt up to 4th already.
Very seldom do you see them get out of the draft in the middle of the pack. Usually it's only either the outside or the inside.
Here they come down to complete lap number 2. It's Kyle Petty leading Davey Allison. Ricky Rudd has moved up to 3rd, then Earnhardt, then Lake Speed, and running side by side, Harry Gant.
And here's trouble going into turn 1. It's Larry Pearson down on the inside.
Pearson
He's
is
sliding hard back up into the wall.
Ooh. Of course, when you hit that grass, it is so wet that it really accelerates the car, and that's exactly what happened as he slid through the grass, went up the banking, hit the wall hard with the rear end of the car, but he did not get upside down. That was our fear, but he did have heavy contact with the wall. The field will be taking the yellow flag as it comes down here. They'll be racing back to the yellow, and Kyle Petty will come down and receive the yellow flag, the first of the afternoon. Let's take a look again at what happened. Larry Pearson running in the back of the field.
There we see him. He's already sideways, and when he got in the mud, literally it looks like the car picks up. There's no grip at all, and nothing. Backs in the retaining wall.
Boy, what a roller coaster ride that was for Larry Pearson. And King Richard Petty comes in, and the right front isn't moving.
Looks like the fender is laid back on the right front tire and not allowing it to turn. So there's some pretty serious damage to Richard's car.
And Richard was looking forward to a good run here. He ran good at Daytona back in February and was looking forward to a good day today. Let's go to the pits. Jerry Punch.
Indeed he was, Dan, after running so well in the qualifiers at Daytona, finishing second there, and now they spend so many hours massaging the body on these cars to try to get them to run so slickly at 190+ miles an hour. And now Robbie Loomis and the rest of the STP crew go to work on the right front fender. You hear them in the background now. They will try to change those right side tires. Richard sitting quietly and calmly in the car, but apparently they will have some work cut out for them to try to pull that sheet metal and fender away. And although they probably will be able to get the car back in the race, they certainly will have an aerodynamic disadvantage with that crumpled sheet metal on the right front.
Also some damage to the suspension on that right front because the tire just can't take that hard a lick and not bend something, the ball joints, the steering, some of the mechanism.
And the field is coming around now as they continue to work on the STP Pontiac. He is about to go a lap down.
So Richard Petty, one of 2 cars damaged in an accident toward turn number 1. Larry Pearson, of course, the other one. As you can see, the field is passing by, putting Richard down 1 lap here in the early going. So our first caution period is out here at Talladega Superspeedway in the Winston 500. We'll be back with more live coverage right after this.
All of these championship-winning drivers have one thing in common: Goodyear Racing Eagles. The race-winning technology that's found in the Goodyear Racing Eagles can also be found in the world's best-selling line of high-performance street tires, Goodyear Eagle Street Radials. The champions know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Has anybody thought about dynamite?
Ever wonder what I do when I'm not racing? I'm at Western Auto, kind of checking things out, and you should too. Hey, guys.
Hi, Daryl.
Because now you can enter our exciting We Win, You Win $1 million racing sweepstakes. There's monthly drawings for Chevy Luminas, race trips, plus, if I win the championship, one of you will win $1 million.
And while you're at Western Auto, pick up AC spark plugs for just 59 cents each after rebate. AC spark plugs. It's like buying time.
You think he's got a chance?
Still under caution here at Talladega because of an accident up in turn number 1 involving Larry Pearson. Now, Richard Petty was involved in an incident with Chad Little, a separate incident, and as a result, the King is going behind the wall for some work on his car. Now, apparently, Petty is ahead of Larry Pearson here. You can see him on the far right of your screen, right, Ed?
Yes, and it looks like the car number 19 of Chad Little down on the inside, so apparently they touched. And Larry Pearson was already in the slide before. They might have touched before they got into the position where we picked him up. And Larry thought that they were going to spin in front of him, maybe hit the brakes or something of that nature that caused him to lose control of his car.
Boy, what a ride that Larry took. Remember, he was, as Petty goes behind the wall, remember he was on flat ground there when he's sliding through the grass, and then he's suddenly up 33 degrees of banking to hit the wall. There's the damaged car of Larry Pearson as it's being taken back to the garage area.
And it's hard to tell you, folks, how hard that wall is.
And as you can see on a protractor, this is what 33 degrees of banking looks like. That is the angle in turns 1 and 2. And also in turns 3 and 4, the backstretch is flat. The tri-oval area here is at 18 degrees. So we are slowed for caution as 5 laps have been completed here out of 188 that make up the Winston 500 from Talladega.
I watched what I ate, worked out on my Easy Glider, and lost 75 pounds.
This is actual footage of Keith's home video showing his dramatic weight loss. All across America, people have found that 20 minutes every other day works to firm all major muscle groups and helps to lose weight aerobically.
I'm using my arms, my shoulder, my back, my tummy, my thighs, my legs. I get it all.
Dual resistance allows you to adjust tension for both legs and upper body.
I have tried bikes, jogging, even racquetball, and Easy Glider is definitely the best.
And this handsome unit folds down quickly for easy storage.
Call toll-free like I did to shape up and slim down with Easy Glider.
Call toll-free 1-800-972-3400. We'll bill your credit card 3 easy payments of $19.95 each. You get a full 60-day home trial with a money-back guarantee. The total price, $59.85 plus $9 shipping and handling. Call 1-800-972-3400 now.
Still under caution as the pace car completes another lap, and there was no indication from the Doyle Ford, the starter, that we would go green next time around, so it'll be at least 2 more laps before we can go back to green. Larry Pearson involved in a crash up in turn number 1. Richard Petty And Chad Little also with a separate incident. And here is Morgan Shepherd moving on to pit road.
And it looks like one of the crew members is in the front, maybe putting some tape over part of the grill of the car. There's Dave Marcus in the pits as well. Might not be coming up to temperature, so they put a little piece of tape on there to stop some airflow going in there.
Morgan comes out of the pits, as does Dave Marcus. And just ahead of Morgan Shepherd is the 55 car of Ted Musgrave. Remaining on pit road at the moment is Chad Little. Now again, Richard Petty's car has been taken back to behind the wall to get some work done, but there is Chad as they try to work on it. You can see that there was some contact there on the left front of Chad's car.
Yeah, you can see it right behind the left front wheel and even in front of the wheel, so he has rubbed with someone, and it apparently was Richard Petty.
They are using a smaller restrictor plate here at Talladega than they did a year ago, and that's going to make passing very difficult. Benny asked several drivers earlier, how do you pass here with the new restrictions?
I'm still trying to figure it out, Benny. We've been out there practicing. I can't get around nobody else. You know, once the race starts, you start working traffic, and somebody moves one way to try something, and it opens up a whole different. It'll be easier to pass come Sunday. When you get a couple cars that are same speed, you're just not going to pass.
You know, I don't think it's going to be a whole lot different than Daytona. It's just, you know, the cars are got to handle good. If people get where they're trying to make the cars loose enough to go fast, then they're going to start getting where they can't hold it wide open. So I think that's when we're going to figure out when we can pass them is, you know, the cars start getting loose and things like that. And I'm just going by what it did at Daytona, and we're a little less power now, but not a whole lot.
You hope they back out of gas. That's about the only way right now. You know, if somebody gets a little bit out of shape and they live, if they don't and you don't have somebody to help you, then there's no way. You get alongside of them and you're hung out to dry.
That's a good question. Ask me Sunday afternoon how you pass here.
Have 50 more horsepower. That's what I've been telling Leo. You got to have about 50 more horsepower to pass anybody, but this is hard unless you got somebody to go with you and draft. You just almost impossible.
It's all strategy. I mean, you can't just pull out by yourself and do it, because most of the time you're running wide open all the way around the track, and it's like a chess game. You got to plan a move, you got to make a move, and you got to hope that you have a partner to go with you.
Well, you better hope you got your buddy out there. It's about the only thing I can hope for, and I imagine probably everybody else is thinking along the same lines I am. You know, I don't think you're going to see a deal where a guy is able to go out there and go by himself no more. You know, just the restrictor plate has made it so hard to go out and do that, you just can't.
But as you and Ned pointed out yesterday, Benny, do you have a buddy after you come off the short track season?
After the last 3 weeks, you wonder. We can see the lights are out on the top of the pace car. That means that the next time by, they're going to throw the green flag.
You can look for your favorite driver and see where he is here in the early going of this race.
You just saw the orange and white car. That's a new paint job of Alan Kowicki. He has secured the Hooters sponsorship and has changed his colors just a little bit. We'll be seeing Alan as the day wears on.
The guys that started on the front row have fallen back, both of them. Harry Gant started outside the front row in second position. He's fallen back to ninth, and the pole sitter has fallen back to eighth position. Larry Pearson's car is covered with mud. Larry is okay.
That's good news.
It sure is, because he took a fast ride through the grass and then up the banking, hitting the wall with the rear end of the car there in the left rear. Now the pace car is off the track. Here we go again with a resumption of the Winston 500. As they come down, this will complete lap number 7, and the green flag waves once again. Kyle Petty leads Davey Allison, Ricky Rudd, Dale Earnhardt, and Lake Speed. Headed for the top of the bank.
That's Rick Massey's on the outside of. He goes by Massey.
I'll tell you, there were a lot of drivers that were not quite ready for that green flag because there's a lot of distance between a number of the cars. The draft will close them up, though.
Yeah, they have strung out quite a bit. The first 3 cars have separated themselves from 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th that you were looking at right there.
The surprising thing is Earnhardt, who usually gets that great jump on the restarts, is a few car lengths behind.
There's Ernie Irvin from the bumper cam.
That's out the back of Hud Strickland for Augustus Buick. We can assume a little bit on the inside. Yes, he is. He had nothing to lose trying to make that pass, because if he had failed, he'd only went back to where he was. Now they've got Davey Allison on the outside. The chain is going by on the inside.
7 cars in this lead draft as we take a look from Hut Strickland's Channel Lock Race Cam.
Now we see Davey get low. I thought he and Ernie touched a little bit.
Ernie falls in behind Davey as they head to the 33-degree banking of turn 3.
You notice when Lake Speed went into that turn, you didn't hear any differential in the engine. He didn't back off.
No,
runner wide open in there.
7 cars in the lead draft. Then comes Rick Mast, Harry Gant, Rusty Wallace, and Bobby Hamilton.
As we look at Davey Allison, who's back in 6th spot, we've got to pass the lead. Ricky Rudd is now leading the race, and there's Ernie has gotten by Davey. Pulls up right on the back of Lake Speed.
Dale Earnhardt has also moved to 2nd. There's the number 5 of Ricky Rudd out front. Earnhardt right behind him. Then Kyle Petty, Lake Speed, and Ernie Irvan.
Well, Ricky Rudd is the current Winston Cup point leader. He would like to lead at least one. Of course, he would like to lead a lot of laps, but he would like to get 1 lap in early so that he'll get 5 bonus Winston Cup points.
And he's blocking Earnhardt. Earnhardt took a look at the inside. Ricky said, I need those 5 points, and he will take the lead and pick up those 5 bonus points.
Right now, he extends his Winston Cup point lead over Earnhardt to 47. It was 42, but with the 5 now, he makes it 47. Ernie Irvan once again on the high side of the racetrack, trying to take 4th spot away from the 66 of Lake Speed as they rumble down the backstretch.
Now Lake's the odd man out. He's on the inside. The chain's going to go by him. Here, that was the first lap that Ricky Rudd has led in the Winston 500 since 1982.
And you'll notice that inside his car is Getwell Pop A. That's Pop Allison, who is ailing. And, of course, Bobby Allison is the owner of this car. Davey Allison now moves to the inside, takes a look around Ernie Irvan, but decides to fall back into the draft. As Allison tries to take now, Ernie is going to head up the banking once again and challenge Kyle Petty for that 3rd spot.
Boy, those passes make you nervous when you wonder, does that fellow know I'm out here? But Kyle Petty did. Davey Allison gets hooked up with Ernie.
And now Kyle falls back into the draft, but in 5th position. And Earnhardt takes a look at Ricky Rudd for the lead, and he is going to get it. He has help from Ernie Irvan, who falls to the bottom and comes with Dale Earnhardt, and Davey Allison is going to do the same thing.
Well, these fellows down on the inside, they say, we'll just team up together and let's see what we can do. But Earnhardt will lead this lap, and he'll get himself those 5 bonus points. He's in 2nd in the Winston Cup points.
Now Ricky Rudd's lead is back to 42 points.
What a science this drafting is.
Now Hut and Ricky Rudd, Ricky backs off and let Hut go up in front of him because they were in jeopardy of losing the draft.
Here's a pack of cars running together. Ken Schrader, Darrell Waltrip, Bill Elliott.
Now, Bill Elliott, Dale Jarrett, and a group of cars had dropped back about 300 yards on the racetrack, but Elliott led him up through there. Jarrett was right on his bumper now. He has pulled out the outside of Bill Elliott, now trying to go the outside of Ken Schrader down there as he follows Rusty Wallace through.
The Citgo in-car camera with Dale Jarrett currently running in 15th position, right behind Ken Schrader and Darrell Waltrip.
I said Rusty Wallace, that's Darrell Waltrip. The black car in the back.
There's Rusty Wallace keeps flashing on the screen. He's in front of this group of cars. Bobby Hamilton got on the inside. He's trying to follow Rusty Wallace through.
As is Ken Schrader.
There are 6 cars up in front of this lead pack. This group they're watching there now is about 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You can go right on up to 20-some. We've been following that group back there.
Because they're all running right together.
Big pack.
Lake Speed following in front of that group. That is a huge pack of automobiles.
Yeah, Dale Jarrett got caught on the high side there, and that went backwards for a little bit. Now it looks like he's catching back up to Darrell. Now, Darrell needed a little help up there because he was up there by himself. Ooh! Darrell Waltrip and Rusty Wallace touched for a moment.
It's like they've been doing in North Wilkesboro and Martinsville in the past weeks, but you don't want to do that here on the high speeds of Talladega. boy, this group is really running close together. Look how tight they are.
They are really tight, and one thing that they've got to be concerned about, you know, they can touch a little bit like we saw there on the side, but they hope that nobody touches anybody going into the turn and gets them out of shape, because if they do, that could be a big mess.
Dale Jarrett coming right up on the back bumper of Darrell Waltrip.
Now that's drafting at its best. You've got to be at the conclusion. I'm not saying because it's Dale Jarrett, but the closer they can get, the better it is for the car in front of them.
Well, let's go down to John Kernan while the action continues on the track. He's with Larry Pearson.
Larry has undergone his mandatory check at the infield care center, and he is okay. Larry, you say it's just a little bit wet? It's a little bit wet still out there?
Yeah, there was a stream of water running across the racetrack, and whenever Richard got up into the wall there, I seen him hit it, and I went down low, and I just happened to be right in that stream of water when I decided to turn, and it just sent the car sideways.
I know it's got to be a big disappointment being here with Kellogg's and then the Chevrolet Lumen.
Yeah, it was a big disappointment. I mean, they had some guys, some people come down from Battle Creek up there where Kellogg's Corn Flakes are, and you know, it was a big disappointment for them, but at least they got a little bit of excitement today. Unfortunately, it was the wrong car.
Well, Larry will get set to pack it up. I guess, are you going to think about maybe trying to fix it? It looks pretty much damaged.
No, it's tore up too bad. I guess we'll just load it up and go on the Charlotte from here.
That's the word from the garage area.
Larry Pearson okay after a crash in the early going of the Winston 500. They continue to draft here in this second group of cars. The first 6 there have separated themselves quite a bit from the pack that you just saw. The first 6 are Earnhardt, Irvin, Allison, Strickland, Petty, and Ricky Rudd. That's the way they run here with 17 laps completed after 188 laps. Davey Allison is making a move for second, and he may challenge for the lead as Hut Strickland comes along with him on the bottom of the racetrack. Kyle Petty also is on the inside, and yes, Davey Allison is going to get the lead coming out the 4th turn. And it comes from Alabama guys. Davey Allison and Hut Strickland hooked up in a drafting buddy type situation. Now they're 3 abreast here in the tri-oval as Allison will lead this lap when they come down. Earnhardt is second, and then for third, they're 3 abreast.
And here comes Ricky Rudd up on the outside. They're still 3 abreast now. Back to 2 abreast, but Rudd is still on the outside of Hut Strickland. Meanwhile, Davey Allison and Earnhardt are checking out on these guys running side by side. You ever see Rudd back off and pull in behind Hut Strickland? He didn't do that because he was slower, because he felt like he needed to get in line so he could catch up.
Davey Allison leads Dale Earnhardt. We're glad you could join us on this Monday afternoon from Talladega Superspeedway and our live coverage of the Winston 500.
Fact. Ford offers performance that's supercharged and turbocharged. Fact. Ford offers 16, even 24 valve engines. Fact. Mustang GT, Pro GT, Thunderbird SC, Escort GT, and Taurus SHO make up the best-selling line of performance cars, American or import. Call it leadership. Call it winning. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Have you driven a Ford lately?
You know, for the smallest jobs to great American homes, the paint more people count on is Sears Weather Beater. Guaranteed to last for 15 years, no matter where you live, no matter what the weather. For the paint, for the craftsman tools, guaranteed to last. Count on Sears, the home of America's craftsmen.
And during Sears' Best Weather Beater paint sale, this satin finish is on sale, only $17.99, only at Sears.
One of the 6 cars in the lead draft is headed for pit road. That's the current Winston Cup points leader, Ricky Rudd, who has brought the Tide Chevrolet in for an unscheduled pit stop. Here's John Kernan.
Waddell Wilson and the crew will go to work under the hood. The car is missing. It's running on 7 cylinders, so what they're going to do, check the plug wires. They hope that it's a problem as minor as that the plug wire has come off and that they can put it back on and get the car away. Cars are now in turn 3 to field. And let's listen to the cars.
Goes a lap down as his car sits on pit road with the hood up and the crew trying to find out what might be causing the engine to miss. so that now there are 5 cars in the lead draft, and Dale Earnhardt has retaken the lead over Irvin, Kyle Petty, Hut Strickland, and Davey Allison.
Kyle Petty on the outside, got up alongside Ernie off the corner. He's got Hut Strickland right on his back bumper. And Davey Allison following him. They're going to take, looks like Ernie's the odd man out, but he comes back on the inside. And if he can move up and squeeze in that gap.
And Hut would rather he not.
Yeah, right.
And he didn't.
Ricky Rudd is pulling out of the pits for a lead draft to go by him as he comes by on the low side of the racetrack. There are 5 cars in this lead draft, and then there are 18 cars in the next draft that are not too far behind. I think they're catching up a little bit, these front fellas, as they race side by side as we're seeing there now.
There you can see that Rudd is back out on the racetrack, but they are passing him quickly. Let's go to John, who's with Waddell Wilson.
Waddell, what was the problem? Were you able to fix it?
One of the spark plug wires came off. It's on number 8 cylinder, and we was able to get it back on. It sure cost us a lot of time. Well, you know, we don't have a reason for why it come off, but it's an unusual thing to happen. Seem like this. That's the first time I can remember it happening in a long time.
Something very simple, the plug wire coming off, but it can set you back, and it has set Ricky Rudd back a lap here at Talladega, and he's going to have to go a long way to make that up.
As a matter of fact, he is now 2 laps down to the field, so a tough break for the current Winston Cup points leader, Ricky Rudd. Here's this battle for 3rd position as Davey Allison now moves to the low side of the racetrack in turn number 1, and he moves up into 4th position. Hut Strickland is back there in 5th. Kyle Petty and Dale Earnhardt have separated themselves a little bit from those 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars, but if they fall in line, they'll probably be able to catch up to Kyle. Once again, here's how to enter the Right Guard Halfway Challenge Sweepstakes. Call 1-900-737-1100 before the halfway lap. Then stay tuned to see which driver wins this $10,000 award. If your entry is selected and you are called at home, you will win a Pontiac Grand Prix SE. Name the driver who won the Right Guard Halfway Challenge. The halfway point would be lap 94 here this afternoon.
And look how easy Ernie Irvin goes by Kyle Petty into that 2nd spot.
And that's how quickly you can catch up to the draft.
Yes, they caught in 1 lap. Now that group behind them, I mentioned that 18-car group, they're closing in at about a rate of a half a second a lap on those front ones. They've been running in single file while these fellas battle up there side by side a number of times. The others just running single file. There they are, being led by Rick Mast. Now let's watch him as he goes into turn 3. He has been going low on the racetrack, and the others have been drifting up a little bit. But this time, Lake Speed stays down low. But you see Darrell Walton and Dale Jarrett running up high. Rick had been running down there by himself for a number of laps, and still he would come out of the turn in front of the group.
One of the drivers who has made a big movement is that number 75 car there, driven by Joe Ruttman. He started in 34th position and now runs 12th. There he is, that bright yellow, red, and blue car, Joe Ruttman, moving from 34th to 12th position.
Had a great run in Daytona, coming home in 3rd place. And they have a new engine in the car since he qualified in the Dinnerbell Oldsmobile, so apparently it's working good for him. Bob Hilly said, hey, we need something a little stronger, and put him in there and put him up towards the front.
Joe, one of those that ran exceptionally well at Daytona, as did Hut Strickland, who's up there in the top 5.
Several cars. Hut Strickland was involved in the crash, not able to finish Daytona. But Ruttman had about a 5th or 6th place finish. Third. Oh.
And here's Rick Mast in the 6th position, and he is leading that group that's catching the front runners, or at least they were for several laps while the front runners were up there dicing it around back and forth. We're looking out front of Lake Speed's car.
Now you can see the interval there between the 1 car and the next car up there, which is Hut Strickland. That separates the 5th from the 6th place car. 66 in-car camera carried by Lake Speed. Down the backstretch at what speed?
Probably 200 miles per hour, and they slow down to about 190 as they go through the corners. If we see Mast right on the bottom of the racetrack, this time Lake Speed moved up high, but as Ed said just a moment ago, Mast is able to maintain his advantage.
Yeah, he does that time after time. That's the sign of a good handling car and also of a very fast car.
Yeah, because if they could squeeze him down to the inside and get on top of him, they could blow by and leave him dropped him from about 6th position to 25th or so.
But that's probably slowing them down a little bit. I don't think they've gained much the last few laps on those front runners, and the fact that they're not running directly in line is slowing them to some degree.
As the tires get warm, these cars tend to move up the racetrack to catch that green racetrack, the racetrack the cars haven't been on. You see you go in the corner, but then the car just kind of slides up the hill. As Ned said, the sign of a good handling race car is one that's able to run on the bottom all the way around.
That's the bumper cam on Lake Speed's car, looking back on Darrell Waltrip. There's Dale Jarrett down on the inside. Look to the inside of Darrell.
I think he decided that wasn't the thing to do. You got to sit there in line. Sometimes you feel like you want to go, Denny, but you decide that might not be the smart thing to do. Because if you get out of line, as we've seen a couple of times here already, you can go way back in the line. Get caught out there. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th we're watching there.
Mass Speed, Waltrip, Jarrett, and then Alan Kowicki.
Kowicki is at the 10th place car.
17 car appears to be running well at this point. Let's go to John Kernan, who's in that pit.
Just a bit of strategy, Bob. Jeff Hammond has sent a crewman down to Lake Speed's pit crew and said, get on the radio, tell Lake to hook up with Darrell. We're going to the outside, and we're going to try and take it to the front. So they feel that they can work well together and draft the way to the front by going around Rick Mast on the outside. But they need that dance partner, as we talked about earlier.
Now we're beginning to see the buddies find each other out there to hook up and to try to gain the advantage over someone else.
And they lost about a second in the last 3 laps, that second group.
Last lap for the leader was about 194.752 miles an hour. That compares with a qualifying speed of 195.1, so they are not very far off the top speed of qualification. Now you can see that Hut Strickland has fallen out of that lead draft, so there are only 4 cars now. That is Earnhardt, Irvin, Petty, and Allison.
And Hut is about to become a part of that big draft in that second group of cars.
Here's a Big A Auto Parts on-track interval. We timed 5 successive laps from 18 to 22, Earnhardt and Rick Mast, to see if Mast was catching up with that group. Earnhardt, that you can see there, from anywhere from 49.8, very consistent. Rick Mast varied from 49.1 to about 49.6, but he has closed the interval by 1 second in those 5 laps. And of course, drafting playing a very big role in the fact that he was able to close up.
But then just after we took those numbers, that gap began to open a little bit again as the front cars hooked up and got in a line as we see them here. Now, while that was going on up front, they were battling at least for the second, third, and fourth positions, and that does make a difference.
These fellows right now are content, as they should be, content to stay in line and just pull away from that back group. Why race with 15 cars when you can race with 3 cars?
Certainly cuts your chances down of anything going wrong or getting bumped or something like that when you're out there with just 3 other cars.
31 laps have been completed in the Winston 500 here at Talladega Superspeedway. The top 10 as we take another break from Talladega.
Suzuki Katana 600. It jams even before you start playing.
In the last 5 years, one truck manufacturer has won more off-road races than anyone, including 4 class championships in 1990 and the mini and heavy metal championships. That truck manufacturer is Ford. And that kind of winning performance goes beyond the winner's circle.
Shine a light on you, shine a light on me. Keep your Bud Light shining for everyone to see.
When you're looking good, you want Bud Light. The clean, fresh taste won't fill you up and never let you down.
You can taste it, you can feel it. You know you got it right. Everything else. Just keep your Bud Light shining.
no matter how hard you play. You can't beat the financing you've been waiting for. Now at your Suzuki dealer.
Welcome back to our live coverage on this Monday afternoon of the rain postponed from yesterday Winston 500 from Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama. Our Speed World coverage of the Winston 500 being brought to you by Levi's 505 and 540 jeans for men. By Ace. Ace is the place with the helpful hardware man. And by Channel Lock, made in America for you who want the best. 4 cars in the lead draft right now. Dale Earnhardt, Ernie Irvan, Kyle Petty, and Davey Allison. And we understand that Dale Earnhardt has radioed to his crew that there might be some oil in turn number 3.
Well, Stanley Smith was in the pits just a little bit ago in the interstate battery car, but he went back on the racetrack.
And the yellow flag is out. Whatever the situation, there must be oil up there. NASCAR has observed it, so the yellow flag is out.
Could be coming from the 47 car, Greg Sachs also. In any case, the yellow does come out for the second time this afternoon, slowing the speed of the Winston 500. Yellow out on lap number 35. There's the 47 car that's being driven by Greg Sachs.
And we've approached almost 100 miles in this race. They had pit stops coming up before too long, so this will be an opportune time for them to come in and change those tires and take on a tank of Unocal gasoline.
The 47 car, Greg Sachs, this is exactly the same car Rich Bickle has been driving previously this year.
That may be the car from which the oil.
We see some oil on the back of the Norway Insurance name. The discoloration on the back of that car tells you that there's some oil coming out of the car.
So the pace car has not yet picked up the field, and so they will not be coming down for a pit stop this time. The pit should be closed because the pack has not been formed behind the pace car. So we will take a quick break and come back for the pit stops during our second caution period here in the Winston 500. Back in a moment.
Hey, Mike, hand me my Channel Lock pliers.
Tommy, give me that plier over there with the blue handles. What kind of pliers is that? These are Channel Lock tone and groove pliers. My dad uses them on his race car, too.
For the tough jobs and the small jobs, reach for Channel Lock, the handiest plier of them all.
Hey, guys, anybody seen the Channel Lock pliers?
Channel Lock. Be sure you're getting genuine Channel Lock pliers. Look for this trademark.
I've got the car. I've got the team. And I've got the drive. I'm off to a great start.
McDonald's has everything under the sun to get your day off to a great start. Hot, fluffy biscuits, scrumptious Egg McMuffin sandwiches, and griddle fresh hotcakes.
You know, when you get off to a great start, there's just no telling how far you can go.
Attention, advanced photographers. You're witnessing something never possible before. The miracle of microfine grain for the sharpest detail in color print film. Kodak presents Ektar Film.
Now this is my kind of do-it-yourself project. Want to know any more? Ask Ace. That's what I do.
These white resin stacking chairs are only $6.77 each. Ace waterproofing sealant protects for just $6.99 a gallon.
Hey, let me tell you, Ace is a place for me.
ESPN Speed World live coverage of the Winston 500 from Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama, with the Winston hot air balloon circling overhead. Pit stops will be occurring here in just a moment as the field comes down behind the pace car. Now remember, with essentially no pit rules except that, it is responsibility of the driver of the car to make a safe entrance and exit onto and off of pit road. They're staying at about 56 miles an hour as they move down here and now begin to flank off into their respective pit positions. Here comes Dale Earnhardt. Davey Allison is already into his assigned spot. Here comes Ernie Irvan in, Bill Elliott, Lake Speed, and the whole camp over Dale Earnhardt. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
From a bird's eye view of the Goodrich crew working now, they have already changed the right side tires. They will change left side tires. You will not see a lot of tire changing today because track position is so very important. So they get the chance to change 4 tires here under the caution flag. Earnhardt now hustling to get back out. Remember, as Bob Jenkins mentioned, the critical speed exiting the pits. The crew really a traffic jam as they head down pit road at no more than 56 miles an hour. It looks almost a little bit unusual to see these guys taking their time down pit road. Bill Elliott is also in and out. Almost everyone taking advantage of this caution flag to put on 4 tires and top off the tanks. Bob?
Boy, there was a huge jam of those cars coming out of the pits.
Yes, there was. There were some cars coming in as they were going out, and that did further jam it up. I don't think Rusty Wallace took on any tires because he was the first one of the front-running cars that I saw come out of the pits. I think they just put fuel in.
One advantage, though, look, there's a big jam of cars at 50 miles an hour, not 100 miles an hour. And if you get bumped at 50 miles an hour, you have a chance to save these cars. There's Jeff Purvis coming to his pits as the cars slowly go down pit road.
Yeah, you got to compliment those guys because they performed very well.
Harry Yan almost got off in the mud, but yes, they did. They performed very, very good. Guys, you did super.
The 55 car, Ted Musgrave, is being shown as the leader of this race, and that's the first lap that he has led in Winston Cup competition this year.
And he is the leader in the rookie point standings.
He was able to take over the point lead from Bobby Hamilton a couple of weeks ago. So, again, the caution is out for debris and oil on the racetrack. We'll take another break and be back live in just a moment.
I never saw you hit so well. I'm here in 3, you're here in 1. Ah, Bill.
Yeah, how'd you do, Jack?
In 3, out in 3. What are you doing? You're playing your best golf, and every time I look up, you're staring at TV. Saturday cartoons make you so good?
It's a special Golf Digest instructional video. The Golf Digest schools pulled 10 instant golf lessons from their 10 cassette collection.
Graphics, instruction, real professional advice, 10 instant lessons?
A half hour of the best stuff for a golfer.
It's priceless.
It's free.
Free?
With my subscription to Golf Digest.
Get a full year of Golf Digest for $19.77. Call 800-367-5800 now and get our free half-hour instructional video with your paid subscription. Call 800-367-5800 now.
If you plan on watching the America's Cup in '92, don't miss the same yachts you'll see there face their first real racing test, the World Championships, live from San Diego Saturday afternoon only on ESPN.
As we mentioned earlier, Alan Kulwicki now with the sponsorship from Hooters, further sponsorship from Hooters, and Hooters is a chain of restaurants in the Southeast, and let's just say that the restaurant chain is very proud of their waitresses that service the people who come in for a fine sandwich and other food, and there were a few of them that are watching the race here today. How'd I handle that, Benny?
Pretty good. There the Hooters car is. We see the orange on the bottom. A new paint job for Alan.
Alan had a good pit stop. He came out in about the 6th or 7th position, I believe.
Pace car is still out on the racetrack. Rusty Wallace we mentioned as coming out sooner than anyone else, but he apparently missed his pit, and so therefore is at the back of the pack. Well, last year's Winston 500 here at Talladega, the subject of our Autolite replay. Winston Cup replays are brought to you by Autolite Spark Plugs, guaranteed for 2 years, no matter how far you go. Talladega Superspeedway, the Winston 500, May 1990. Bill Elliott had his first pole of the year. It became evident early it would be a battle between Dale Earnhardt and Craig Sachs. Mark Martin was another one of 12 leaders who led during the 188 laps. Ken Schrader was second fastest qualifier and was able to run with Earnhardt and Sachs until he dropped out 34 laps from the finish with engine problems. Sachs played catch-up all day. There were 7 caution periods that slowed the average to 159.5 miles an hour. And during those caution periods, when the pit crews were called upon to do their work, the more experienced Richard Childress crew was consistently faster, allowing Dale to get out of the pit sooner. But Greg, it seemed, driving a Rick Hendrick car, always made up the difference on the racetrack. At the finish, Dale beat Greg by 2 car lengths as Earnhardt became eligible along with Derek Cope for the Winston Million. Dale stretched his Winston Cup points lead to 90 over Morgan Shepherd. The top 20 after 39 laps, Ernie Irvin, Sterling Marlin running second, then Alan Kulwicki, Ken Schrader, and Hut Strickland. 6 through 10, Rick Mass, Dale Earnhardt, then Joe Ruttman, Dale Jarrett, and Kyle Petty. Running 11th at the moment in our Winston 500 would be the 90 car of Wally Dallenbach Jr., and that is quite a performance for him. Running 12th would be Davey Allison. And the 47 car continues to have problems. Let's go to Jerry for a report.
Well, a couple other drivers have had to come in, Bob, of course, for moving above the blend line. The car number 2, Rusty Wallace, you already heard that he did not get into his pit initially because of the congestion on pit road. He went around and was forced to come back in to change tires, and he was asked to come back in by NASCAR. He and Ricky Rudd, who had already lost a couple of laps in the pits for that plug wire being off. And, of course, those 2 cars came back in a minute ago for a problem with going above the blend line in turn 1. We mentioned the Greg Sachs car. They had an oil line come off. Timmy Petty, who builds the engine for the car, said the oil line simply just came apart in the car. They lost a lot of oil up in turns 3 and 4. They are now going to bring the car back in and put it behind the wall and try to get that car fixed. It's a tough race with some drivers here early on at Talladega. Bob?
The field began to reform for a restart, but the yellow is going to stay out at least one more lap. You can see that the lights on top of the pace car are still blinking. And so the yellow remains out here at the Winston 500 as we are 40 laps into a 188-lap event.
Wow, I feel good.
20 times last year, the world's best top fuelers fired it up in the final. And all 20 times, the outcome was exactly the same.
I feel good.
Every single NHRA winner was powered by the same spark plug. Autolite, we feel pretty good about that.
Your local Pronto Auto Parts store features friendly service and quality auto parts at lower prices. Federal Mogul, a recognized leader in automotive technology, manufactures a wide range of auto parts for virtually every vehicle on the road, foreign and domestic. Your car depends on Federal Mogul quality. Don't be fooled by anything less.
When you need to know about auto parts, ask the pro at Pronto.
Oh, here we go.
Good Josh, baby.
Zombie Blitz. How you like me now, baby? Got good life insurance? All in one word.
Fact. Ford outsells Chevrolet and every other American competitor. Fact. Across the country, Ford outsells Honda, Nissan, and Toyota combined. Fact. Every year for the past 4 years, Ford has had the best-selling cars and trucks in America. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Well, we thank those that came up with this banner welcoming us here to Talladega Superspeedway. We hope that it extends to today. Now, this says May 5th. That was yesterday. Are we welcome today? Well, we'll make sure that we are as we insert electronically a 6 over the 5 to make sure that we're welcome here at the world's fastest speedway, Talladega, for our live coverage of the Winston 500. Next time around, we'll be getting the green flag, and next weekend, we will begin our coverage of the time trials at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 75th running of the 500-mile race. Our coverage begins at 5 o'clock Eastern Time next Sunday afternoon. We'll also have coverage the following Saturday and Sunday as the 33 cars qualify for the 500-mile race. Of course, the track opened for practice yesterday, or rather a Saturday in Indianapolis, but as of last night, they had not gotten one green lap of practice in because of some rain. And there is Wally Dallenbach Jr., who, of course, gained most of his experience in Indy cars, but is currently in this Winston Cup race here and running in 11th position in a fine showing for that number 90 Junie Donlevy car. All right, we're about to go back to green. The pace car pulls into the pit area, and here comes the field.
Those 4 cars on the inside, Ricky Rudd, Mickey Gibbs, the 52 car of Jimmy Means and Stanley Smith. All those cars are lapped down. Rudd, we witnessed that. And Mickey Gibbs pitted just before the caution flag came out. That's why he's a lap down.
Rudd will be trying to get one of his laps back. But it isn't going to be easy as the green comes out on lap number 43, and Ernie Irvan pulls ahead of Ricky Rudd.
Ernie Irvan in his pit stop put on 2 right sides. 2 right side tires only. We saw Earnhardt in his pit stop put on 4 tires.
Now they're running radials here for the first time. The Winston Cup cars have never run radials here at Talladega until today.
There's see Rick Mast alongside Mickey Gibbs. The blue car in the middle of the screen is Sterling Marlin, and I think he intends to run the entire race today. Remember, he was burned in Bristol, what was it, a month ago? But looks very good and said he feels good. Here comes Earnhardt on the inside of Mast. Take that spot away.
He said we can't pass the disrespect plate, but he didn't have any help, did he? No.
There's Earnhardt.
He's at the very tail end of the pack.
26th. Looking to the inside of Hut Strickland as he goes down the backstretch, but falls back into the drafting line. Great shot from the bumper cam carried by Hut Strickland. Now here's Kyle Petty on the inside of Dale Jarrett, and Wally Dallenbach Jr. will move down behind Kyle Petty as they come out of turn number 4.
Davey Allison had just passed them on the last lap in turns 1 and 2 down on the inside. He did like Earnhardt by himself, just went right on by him.
Earnhardt's going to go by Alex Lewicki. We're going to give it a shot at least as they go into turn 1. Earnhardt picks up another position, and Rick Mast will try to do likewise and does.
Now Hut Strickland's going to try to follow, but Hut, there's no one down there to follow. I don't know if he's got enough momentum to go back to Lewicki or not. It doesn't appear as though he does. But he's helping Davey Allison, who is right. But there's Davey Allison coming in the screen. He was getting, three abreast.
Well, Davey has gotten on that inside and has taken off down there. His car is working. He has a lot of horsepower, and just loaded right out.
Meanwhile, there's still 3 abreast as Kyle Petty pulls down on the inside. What's this?
They sure are 3 abreast. Coming down, Kyle Petty on the inside. Hut Strickland in the middle, along with Wally Dallenbach Jr. Looking back from Hut Strickland's car.
And folks, this is at 190 miles an hour as we're watching this.
Hurry up, Dale Jarrett. Get out of there. Go on past him in a hurry.
That's the 6th car. Bart Martin, Joe Rudman behind these cars. Bud has the car on the outside of it now. He's looking at the 6th car out of the back bumper.
He's down there by himself, but holding on pretty good. Well, maybe not by himself. He's getting some help from Davey Allison.
That's a view from Dale Jarrett's car. Look how close he is to Mickey Gibbs.
Mickey had just made a pit stop in the Team 3 Pontiac just before the caution came out. Davey Allison looked a little off. Maybe just, I think the draft got it.
I think so too.
They're all hooked up together on the outside, and for a few laps, it might be he probably had on 4 new tires. It worked real well for him there for a little while. But now it looks like he's going to have to get back in line.
Davies down to the inside.
He heard you, Ned.
But Joe Rudman is going to be down there now. There comes Joe pulling alongside the 90 car and Dallenbach.
This is Blake Speed, the 266 Pontiac. still on the inside of Dallenbach. That's Harry Gainer outside pole sitter behind Dallenbach. Rick Wilson, Kyle Petty. Schrader trying to get up into third spot, but he's falling back to fifth. Here's Ricky Rudd, the car who's 2 laps down. Blinding fifth by leader Ernie Irvin. Pulls to the inside, but he can't get anybody to go with him down there. Meanwhile, Earnhardt has pulled up on the back row for
Irvin. And Rick Mast now coming into the picture in the car number 1. He was leading that big draft of cars. He was running 5th before the caution came out. Made a good pit stop, and now he's right back in the pickup. There's Davey Allison trying to down on the inside again. David, don't believe it's going to work, son. But he certainly feels good about it.
I think he was hoping that somebody in that group would pull him out. He'd get some air off those cars and go by. But right now, they're all staying in line.
Davey Allison, a 2-time winner of this event in '87 and in '89.
Worked pretty good after the trial, but then once he got towards the backstretch, he had to pull back in line.
Let's see what's going on behind that group of cars. Darrell Waltrip, he's also down on the low side of the racetrack and trying to find ground down there, but having difficulty. That's Bill Elliott up on the top of the racetrack.
You got to kind of follow the line. Right now, the line's on top of the racetrack.
And Dale Earnhardt is taking the lead from Ernie Irvin as Earnhardt moves low through the tri-oval and then comes up and takes the lead from Irvin.
Oh, he's running way down the low side of the racetrack.
Schrader's moved into third spot past Rick Mast. That's Sterling Marlin back behind Ricky Rudd.
Mast trying down on the inside now. He sees there's Mark Martin and Davey Allison have hooked up down on the inside. That might be the ticket that Davey Allison needed. And the 90 car, Wally Dallenbach, coming in there as well. It looks like they've found themselves a combination there that's going to take them on up towards the front.
Davey's found a buddy down on the inside in Mark Martin, and behind him, Wally Dallenbach Jr. and Kyle Petty as they come along with him in the low draft.
The 3 Fords down there working well together down on the inside. Kyle, I don't know, he doesn't seem to be getting that much of an advantage off of it.
It appears Kyle's car will work on the bottom of the racetrack like those Fords will. Mark Martin and Davey Allison are running right on the bottom of the racetrack. Kyle has to move up a bit.
It looks like Kyle would like to find his position up there in the top group.
Davey Allison trying to go by Mark Martin, and he has succeeded. Meanwhile, Rick Maston, Alan Kawicki now has moved down.
Look at Dallenbach making it 3 wide coming out of turn number 4. Dallenbach really showing some muscle here.
Kyle Petty's hooked up on the back of him. They've got Mark in the sandwich.
And they both come around Mark Martin. And Ernie Irvin makes another bid for the lead on Dale Earnhardt, and Irvin will take over that top spot from Dale going into the second turn. Third and number 25.
Sterling Marlin is fourth.
And the 5-car Ricky Rudd is not on the lead lap. Irvin leads Dale Earnhardt here in the Winston 500 live on this Monday from Talladega. We'll be right back.
Shine the lights on you, shine the lights on me. Keep your Bud Light shining for everyone to see. Shine the lights on this, shine the lights on that. Oh, shining all the others is with Bud Light.
When you're looking good, you want Bud Light. The clean, fresh taste won't fill you up and never let you down.
You can taste it, you can feel it. You know you got it right. Everything else is just the light. Keep your Bud. I see your true colors shining through. True colors shining.
Because the world gets more colorful every day, Kodak introduces a more colorful film. New Kodak Gold 400 film. It now has the richest, most saturated color available in high-speed film.
New Kodak Gold 400 film.
Hey, Mike, hand me my channel lock pliers.
Tommy, hand me that plier over there with the blue handles. What kind of pliers is that? These are channel lock tone and groove pliers. My dad uses them on his race car, too.
For the tough jobs and the small jobs, reach for Channel Lock, the handiest plier of them all.
Hey, guys, anybody seen the channel lock pliers?
Channel Lock. Be sure you're getting genuine Channel Lock pliers. Look for this trademark.
We're back live at Talladega, where Ernie Irvan leads Dale Earnhardt, Ken Schrader, and Rick Mast and Sterling Marlin in the Winston 500. Now that's Mast to the inside of Ricky Rudd, now falling in behind him. Mast showing some very good speed in that #1 car.
He lost a little momentum as he came off the 4th corner, slipped up in front of Sterling Marlin. Unfortunately for him, Sterling let him back in line.
We've seen some great racing here in the first 54 laps of this event. That restrictor plate that was made smaller for this event really looks like that it's increased the competition more wide now down the backstretch.
Man, Mike, glad I'm up here. My heart couldn't stand to be in there. Look at those guys.
Ooh. Brett Bodine he had to back out there. He got in a position he simply had to back off the gas. Look how much it cost him.
That's Darrell Waltrip along with Jimmy Spencer. Joe Ruttman to the outside. Getting closer to the halfway point. It's lap number 94, and we're on 55 to enter the Right Guard Halfway Challenge Sweepstakes. Call 1-900-737-1100 before the halfway lap. You're called back during today's race, and you can name the driver who won the Right Guard Halfway Challenge Award. You will win a Pontiac Grand Prix SE. The Right Guard Halfway Challenge coming up on lap number 94. Now note that is a new number to dial. 1-900-737-1100.
Look at Wally Dallenbach and Joe Rudman. Close together coming off turn 4.
Boy, are they.
Real close together. Buddy Baker behind Dallenbach, that dark blue car.
While they're jockeying around back there, the lead group is going to get away from them if they aren't careful. And here is the lead group. Ernie Irvan leading, Dale Earnhardt second, Kenny Schrader's third. Rick Mast in fourth.
Canning on back now to catch this action. That's Terry Labonte running alongside Harry Gant and Brett Bodine right there also making it 2 wide. 88 car is Buddy Baker, who is a 4-time winner here. Buddy running 21st.
The car is owned by an Irishman. Robin something or other. I met him the other day. Don't remember his last name.
Now we move up to catch the lead draft. As again, we see 3 abreast competition. Kyle Petty, Alan Kowicki, and Dale Jarrett make it 3 abreast as they head for the 33-degree banking. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who has word on the 42 car of Kyle Petty.
Well, Bob, we've always seen spotters being used to alert a driver when there's a problem on the racetrack. Well, behind me, Gary Nelson and Kyle Petty, his driver, and the spotter right up here on the grandstand are working a little bit different system today. The spotter is actually telling Kyle when he has cleared a car and he can pull back in line. So Kyle will pull to the inside, try to pass the car, and then wait to hear from his spotter. The problem was a minute ago the spotter couldn't see very well because of the angle here. Kyle didn't hear, and thus he got shuffled back about 8 or 10 spots, and now he's trying to make his way back to the front.
Well, we talked all year long about the importance of the spotters, and that's a perfect example of it right there. Now the 42 car down on the low side once again. Michael Waltrip right behind him.
Now what he's talking about, see, the spotter can say, you're clear, move up. There's no one on the outside of you. My son used to do that so good for me, Kevin.
Really?
Yeah.
Dale Earnhardt has taken the lead. There it is. He has taken the lead from Ernie Irvan. Ken Schrader continuing to run in 3rd position. Finding a draft. We talked earlier about the smaller restrictor plate and the fact that it may be very difficult to pass. Well, what you want to do here is find yourself a drafting partner. And again, we have several drivers. How do you find that partner out there on the track?
I tell you what, you don't talk to them or find them anywhere. You just hope when you get out there you find one.
I don't think there's any real buddies out here. The guy behind you is going to do whatever best for him, and so if your car looks like it's better than the car in front of you, he's probably going to gamble on you, and if you don't, he's probably going to go with the other guy. It's simple as that.
Here, you need to be running with someone you feel comfortable with. There's guys that I don't want to run with, and I know there's guys that don't want to run with me, but you get somebody to run with, and hopefully, it'd be somebody a little faster, somebody that if you're not able to get the job done on your own, they can help pull you up through there.
You just have to find out what cars your car runs good with, and those are the guys that stay with all day.
You can get hooked up in practice, and sometimes in practice you find your car and somebody else's car really works good together. And if you get hooked up in a race, and I know before we come and say, hey, we'll work together today, and everybody be buddy-buddy, and then once the race starts, no, it's like you have to drive. But most times you get working with somebody, and you'll pull them on up in front, and they'll pull you on up front, and you stay together, you ain't going up through there.
There's been times before where an Oldsmobile could hook up with a Ford, or a Ford hook up with an Oldsmobile, and they were good. And, the Pontiacs run pretty good with the Chevys sometimes, but it's going to be tough to find somebody that really wants to go with you all day long.
If you go run, you'll usually pair up out there 2 or 3 times with 2 or 3 guys in practice. And once they're satisfied, that's the way you can do, then you can make some kind of friend there for a little bit that might work with you, might not, might leave you hung out to dry out there.
A couple of those guys with interesting comments. So they're saying that a guy that was a buddy in practice may not necessarily be your friend during the race.
And Ricky Rudd just got hung out to dry, even though he's a couple of laps down. He's been up there battling, trying to get back in the lead lap. And here comes Davey Allison. Is he hung out to dry, or is he has a lot of horsepower? He might be able to make that pass.
If you're just joining us, welcome. It's about 3 o'clock Eastern Time on a Monday afternoon, and we are live at Talladega Superspeedway for NASCAR Winston Cup racing. This event was postponed yesterday because of a torrential downpour that hit the area, and we are now 61 laps into this 188-lap race at Talladega, and there are blue skies now beginning to be shown overhead the speedway. The first time in about 5 days we've seen blue skies here in central Alabama. Back in a moment.
One car manufacturer has more NHRA Pro Stock victories than anyone, setting more national records than anyone, including 5 consecutive world championships. That car manufacturer is Ford. And that kind of winning performance goes beyond the winner's circle.
Warning, cold starts can be tough on your car's engine because your motor oil might not reach some of its parts for a full minute. Fact, independent lab tests confirm whether it's 35 below zero or 50 above. Quaker State 10W30 gets to all your engine parts faster than other leading 10W30s. At 40 degrees, it's 3 times faster. So don't let cold starts make it tough on your engine. Get Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil.
Over 1 million people each week walk into AutoZone, and taking care of them means having what they need when they need it. That means stocking a lot of parts for a lot of cars. Now, nobody can stock everything, but we stock more than most. And how do we know which ones to carry? That's easy. We listen to our customers, because nobody knows better about what you want than you. So the next time you walk through that door, you might think of yourself as a customer, but we think of you as the boss.
Back at Talladega Superspeedway, where there are 18 cars in the lead draft, with Dale Earnhardt showing the way over Ernie Irvan, Ken Schrader, and then Sterling Marlin. Kyle Petty running back in 5th position.
Now, not all of those cars, those 18 are in the lead lap. Ricky Rudd, we pointed out, is one of those that's 2 laps down. Mickey Gibbs is in that group as well. He is at least 1 lap down.
There are 34 cars that continue to be in the lead lap, and the average speed of the race is 146.720 miles an hour, and the last lap for the leader was over 193. The all-time record speed for a 500-mile stock car race was set here in 1985 when Bill Elliott completed the distance in 186.288 miles an hour. Rick Mast down at the bottom of the racetrack again, trying to find a way around Michael Waltrip in car number 30.
Looks like Rick has hung out to dry on the inside.
But his car really comes off of the turns good. Here's Ernie Irvin we saw up there trying to get on the inside of Earnhardt. But we'll watch Mast come off of the second turn. See how he comes off down there low. But once they hit that straightaway, they should motor right on by him.
In the first 65 laps of this race, we have had 11 lead changes among 6 drivers.
Where did Rick Mast find that hole? Well, I tell you what, it didn't look like there was room, but he moved right in there. Dave Allison allowed it.
And now Ernie Irvin looks to the inside of Dale Earnhardt and will make a bid for the lead as they come toward the tri-oval. They've got the fans up on their feet as Irvin moves to the inside of the racetrack. Oh, they come very close to touching in the tri-oval. And now Ernie may be caught out of the draft.
Oh, boy, Ernie. You could be in big-time trouble now.
There again, talking about leaving out the drive. Well, they left out the drive, but there's a group of cars down on the inside. There they come. Bobby Hamilton and Darrell Waltrip that are coming up on the inside. Now, if they can catch Ernie, they might be able to help him a little bit.
Let's see who's going to be the buddy to let Ernie go back into the line. Nobody yet.
Now he's trying to find his space there between Kyle Petty and Sterling Marlin, or between Marlin and Michael Waltrip, and everybody's saying, stay down there.
Bobby said, Ernie, you have that spot.
Now, Ernie Irvin rode down here on Michael Waltrip's airplane. Dale Jarrett was with him too. Now,
Sure, there's a buddy, right. Now Schrader looks to the inside and tries to take the lead away from Dale Earnhardt. As they come toward the stripe, Schrader has the advantage by a half a car length. They go into the first turn side by side, and now 2 distinct drafting lines.
Ernie got him. Oh, look here, Ernie. Don't go in the middle of those guys, Ernie, please. Thank you. Here's Bobby Hamilton on the inside. He's going to make it 3 abreast.
I'll tell you, he is impressive. Those Tennessee boys, Darrell Waltrip and Bobby Hamilton, have put them together and come from nowhere up to the front of the pack.
And they're bringing Jimmy Spencer with them.
Ernie Irvin said just a couple of laps ago I was so comfortable up there riding along behind Earnhardt, and look what kind of mess I'm in now.
Yeah, we've got a station behind him, and now he's in the middle of the street. Well, he did get out of that and come down south. He's in a big packed car.
Terrific racing. Unbelievable. Oh,
Davey Allison and Ernie almost got together at the start-finish line.
And now Allison is the odd man out in a 3 abreast formation through the first and second turns.
That's Jimmy Spencer down on the inside. That back of food. Chevrolet has some great runs in the short racing.
This isn't the start of the race, friends. We've gone 68 laps. And look at Bobby Hamilton. He is going to go into second position, or is trying to. On the inside, he's got Darrell Waltrip with him to draft. He's behind him. And Earnhardt now drops to the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, he saw them coming up, and his father would have told him, too, hey, those guys are working down on the inside. You better get down on the inside, too. And he did that. Now he has to go around and get out himself to Pontiac. But now
Darrell.
As his drafting buddy Hamilton left him there. Now Hamilton does pull back down low, and Darrell gets down there behind him.
Bobby Hamilton has gone to second position here in the Winston 500. Ken Schrader is up high on the racetrack in third, and then the battle for fourth between Darrell Waltrip and Kyle Petty.
That's the Country Time Oldsmobile, and this is the same car that, due to the rain conditions in Martinsville, didn't get a chance to qualify.
Yep, and Bobby unfortunately lost the rookie points battle because of missing that race, but he is really showing the muscle now. Waltrip has been down there on the inside for the last several laps and appears to be working pretty well. But Jimmy Spencer is with him along with Ricky Rudd.
And he's really. Spencer was right up on his back bumper. Now look at Darrell Waltrip. He's on the inside of Hamilton trying to take that spot away. Waltrip is going after Earnhardt.
He's got second. Can he take the lead? Waltrip on the low side of the 33-degree banking runs right alongside Dale Earnhardt. And Jimmy Spencer goes right to the back bumper of Darrell Waltrip as they draft down the backstretch. Tremendous side-by-side racing and a crash. Mark Martin's car lifts off the ground but does not go over. But this crash is going to involve several cars.
You see Hut Strickland in the mud there.
It was bound to happen. Blake's speed is damaged badly, so is Rusty Wallace. The Sunoco car of Terry Labonte on the right side of your screen is damaged. The race for the caution flag comes down.
Three-fourths of the field wiped out.
Darrell Waltrip and Dale Earnhardt, and Earnhardt had the advantage by about a bumper. Look at this. Looks like a parking lot. Looks like a junkyard back in the backstretch. Jimmy Means. There is Wally Dallenbach Jr. and Mark Martin's Fords that have been heavily damaged in this crash. And Mark Martin's car got way up off the ground.
We saw those strips coming out the roof of the wind. That was the outside windshield strips that hold the windshield in, or supposed to. It left in Mark Martin's car.
You just felt like that something was going to happen, and here's how it started.
Mark Martin was down on the inside. Ernie Irvin got between he and Kyle Petty, and they touched, and around they go. Look at Mark Martin's car go up in the air.
Comes back down on all four wheels, and meanwhile, behind them, those fellows have no place to go. Ernie Irvin is now spun up in the outside wall. Kyle Petty is spun, the first three cars.
And another angle now in this crash that has taken out several cars. Watch Ernie Irvin.
Yeah. And Ernie Irvin got into Kyle Petty. That was the first thing that happened.
And watch, we see the windshield fly to these automobiles as they turn backwards.
And then several cars become involved, sliding into that wet grass and into the mud puddles. There's Hut Strickland throwing up a big spray as his Buick moved through. Rick Mass slides through the wet grass.
Bill Elliott might have drove through there. There was Terry Labonte, Rusty Wallace looking at their cars, trying to figure out how much damage there is.
There's Davey Allison in the pit. He has extensive damage to the front end of that Haviland Ford. And we see the crew going to work for it. Mark Martin's car is on the hook, or just about to be. He was one of those that... there is Wally Dallenbach Jr., who is out of his car. We may go to red here because the backstretch is essentially blocked. You can see there at the end of the backstretch, there are cars all over the place, not only in the grass, but also on the racetrack itself. There's Dale Jarrett's car up against the wall at the end of the backstretch.
Dale had almost got through, and a couple cars that were spinning in front of him came down and hit him and knocked him into the outside wall.
There's only 21 cars of the 38 made it back to the start-finish line, so there's probably at least 17 cars. There's Chad Little.
Chad Little is out of his car. That's Kyle Petty's number 42. I don't think he is out of the car yet.
We saw Kyle's hand come up out of the car. Meanwhile, I guess they are going to red flag the race.
Well, I don't know. The yellow is still out, but they are leading him down pit road instead of on the racetrack. Here it is once again. Contact between Ernie Irvin and Kyle Petty triggering this multi-car crash. Look at Mark Martin's car go way up on the air, but it came down on all fours. But behind him, everybody gets on the brakes, slides, spins into each other down to the infield grass, creating a chaos on the backstretch.
Rick Mass must have been running 100 miles an hour.
Benny, you mentioned that the several cars had windshields pop out of them, and that's something that we have talked about in the past, how these windshields pop out of cars. We have a further examination in this week's Track Fact. And for more on that, let's go to Dr. Bunch. Track Facts are brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
This year, NASCAR's asked all Winston Cup competitors to install straps like this that are 1 inch wide and an 1/8 of an inch thick on the outside of the windshield of all Winston Cup race cars. The idea behind this is to try and keep the windshield secured in the race car when the cars get sideways or spin around on the Superspeedway racetracks, where the air rushes inside the car and wants to lift the windshield out of the race cars. And we've all got our fingers crossed that this is the answer to keep them in there.
And that is an explanation of why they use those straps on the race cars. A fabricator for the Rick Hendrick team explaining the situation.
And he's not from North Wilkesboro, North Carolina. He's from New Zealand. Tony Price.
Jimmy Means there stuck in the Alka-Seltzer Pontiac trying to get out.
By the way, the red flag has come out. The field has been stopped here on pit road as the drivers gather together to try to talk about what happened that has knocked everybody out of this race. There are only about, 15, 18 cars that made it through. A replay from the in-car of Hut Strickland.
on the gas. All of a sudden, oh, something hit the windshield. See, the windshield stays in the car. That's the strap we were talking about. And we saw all the water that it went through.
It wanted to pop out, but it didn't because of those straps. Now here's the other in-car carried by Lake Speed, Phillips 66 in-car camera.
There we see the contact. Just a little bit of the windshield pops out, but those braces are holding that windshield, a major part of the windshield in.
And the view from Dale Jarrett's car.
Martin way up in the air. See, Dale almost got through, but then he got hit and knocked him right into the wall. That camera continues to work, though. You know, Ned, that crumple hood is altogether too much. I mean, it's becoming too familiar.
It really is. On that 21
and
car.
there's nothing he could do about it.
Let's go to John Kernan, who's with Davey Allison.
Davey is flying from out of the car. They are working on it, trying to get him back, but they got a lot of work to do, a lot of damage. Davey, you said you saw it happen in front of you.
Yeah, just too many people racing too close together, and you know, it's this early in the race. That's stupid. It's a 500-mile race. People don't need to be worried about being up at the front of the pack. You know, most of us were out there trying to run single file. You know, there were some people that were holding us up, and I tried to get back in front of them. When I couldn't get in line, I stayed out of line until I could get in line. I was respecting those other people. But there were a bunch of people out there that didn't respect each other, and that's what caused this.
They will go to work on the Texaco Haviland Ford, try and get him back out, but they do have a busted radiator. The front end is pretty well demolished. Also some damage in the rear end, but the Robert Yates crew has gone to work, and are going to try and get Davey back out there.
So hopefully Davey can re-enter the competition when we resume this race, but it has been red flagged because of a multi-car pileup on the backstretch here at Talladega Superspeedway. We'll be right back.
Warning, cold starts can be tough on your car's engine because your motor oil might not reach some of its parts for a full minute. Fact, independent lab tests confirm whether it's 35 below zero or 50 above. Quaker State 10W30 gets to all your engine parts faster than other leading 10W30s. At 40 degrees, it's 3 times faster. So don't let cold starts make it tough on your engine. Get Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil.
Do you know what open-end mutual funds are?
The Wall Street Journal Guide to Understanding Money and Markets tells you in clear, simple English.
Do you know how to spot trends in stocks?
And what stock options are?
And zero coupon bonds?
And the difference between Treasury bills and Treasury notes?
Everything you want to know about the sometimes baffling world of money and investing is in this remarkable 120-page book. And now it's yours free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. Call now and you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and this valuable 120-page Guide to Understanding Money and Markets. That's 13 weeks of the journal for the news and ideas you need every business day. And this guide free, which tells you everything you want to know about money and markets, all for only $37, a 24% savings off the newsstand price. Call now, toll-free, 800-642-7400. That's 800-642-7400 for today's Wall Street Journal.
Live, top-ranked boxing on ESPN. The place where fighters have stepped into the ring as unknown, made the right connection, and emerged as champions.
You gotta knock them off the win system, all right?
The U.S. Cruiserweight Championship. It's Alfred Ice Cole against Nate Miller, plus a heavyweight clash between merciless Ray Mercer and J.B. Williamson. All on Top Rank Boxing, Thursday night live on ESPN.
There is a lot of tore-up race cars here at Talladega. An accident on the backstretch has eliminated about, well, as close as we can, yeah, about 14 or so race cars. 21 have made it back to pit road and are under a red flag condition, but others are being dragged off the race car on the back of wreckers. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Ernie Irvin has climbed down to the Kodak Chevrolet, and Ernie, it's fortunate that you're okay. What went on back there? What happened?
Well, everybody started getting 2 and 3 wide, and when you get 3 wide, then they come off the corner, and whoever's kind of stuck in the middle, which was me, they get up and they pinch you off. And what happened was I was in between the 6 and in between the 42, and and they both started to come together to go together down the back straightaway. And I was there, and they both got me. One got me in the left front, one got me in the right front. Turned both them sideways and just all spinning.
Do you have any control of the car at all with the plate? Is there any throttle responses? Do you have a chance of getting the car back when that happens at these speeds?
Well, you know, no matter what, you know, if it had plate or an open motor right then, I don't think it would make any difference as far as gathering the car back up. But, you know, the plate doesn't necessarily get us in those big bunches. It's everybody trying to lead a lap or get towards the front. And, you know, the best place to be is in the front because that's where the less action is as far as wrecks. And that's where we were trying to stay all day. But, you know, you just couldn't get the guys to stay in line.
Tough break. Ernie Irvin has climbed out of his car. They're going to work on the car and try to get him in. Meanwhile, they continue to pull more and more cars. They just pulled the Rusty Wallace car by us. One is left of the Citgo Ford with Dale Jarrett's car. It comes by on the flatbed truck. It is destroyed in the front and side. A tough break. And for a driver who had a wild ride, Mark Martin is standing by with John Kernan.
Mark has just come from the infield care center, and Mark looks okay, but it was a wild ride out there, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was. I closed my eyes. I really don't like getting upside down, and I was fixing to. And I'm just glad we didn't. The thing came back down on its wheels, but it was awful far up in the air. Felt like it anyway. One of them deals.
When something like that happens, does it seem like it happens in slow motion? Because I've heard some of you guys say that.
I don't have any great descriptions right now for it. You know, we're going to try to get the Folgers Thunderbird back in and you know, collect some points. I don't know. It felt awful bad, but the car doesn't look as bad as it felt, so I don't know. It's a disappointment. That accident shouldn't have happened, but it did.
Did you see what caused it?
I felt it. I felt like I caused it. I didn't see it.
It kind of reminds me of talking about Mark getting up in the air and getting around. Davey Allison rolled his car at Daytona a few years ago, and they were able to continue, so they will go to work on the Folgers Ford. Now let's go back across the garage area to Jerry Punch.
The latest car to come back here was Rusty Wallace's Pontiac, and Rusty, pretty heavy damage on the car. How bad's it hurt?
Well, it's not bad as you think it really is. The left front corner of the nose is ripped off it. Other than that, the whole running gear, the engine, everything's right there. We're just going to try to put a front half of a nose on the left-hand side, which I think we can get done pretty expedient. But I'll tell you, I was lucky to get through what I got through because it's, it was a bad deal back there. I guess the 42 and the 4 got together, and everybody's driving pretty anxious. These cars run so close with these restrictor plates, there's no room for error.
There was a lot of tight action on the pits in the first pit stop. You had trouble even getting into your pit position.
No, I really messed up. It was my fault. I came down pit road, and we were running so slow with the new roll, and I'm just staying behind each other, and I drove right past my pits, and it was all my fault. But I got back up to the front, but there's nothing I can really do with all that spinning and flying they're doing in front of me there.
Well, Rusty, go back over with the car. Jimmy Maycar and the crew trying to get the car fixed. They are working here in the garage. A lot of torn-up race cars. Let's check in with John Kernan, who's standing by with Derek Cope.
Derek, you see it all happen in front of you, and you saw Martin get up in the air.
Well, that's true. You know, I was bringing the Pure Letter Chevrolet down the back straightaway, and we were all tucked up in an tight draft, and somebody got together right up there, and I couldn't really tell who it was, but Mark Martin got up in the air, and I had to pull down to try and avoid hitting a bunch of cars, and you know, by that time I was either hit Martin or I think Chad and Kyle, or else go out towards the water, so I moved out a little bit, and from that point on we got tore up.
Just not enough patience among some of the drivers. A lot of 3 and 4 abreast racing out there.
Well, like I say, I didn't see it, but from what the guys were saying, that you know, there's a few impatient people up front, and you know, they just tried to move into a spot where there's no spot, and you know, it's very tight quarters out there right now.
You're going to try and work on your car. Do you know what the extent of the damage is?
Yeah, I looked at it when I got out of the car, and the back quarter panel's pushed in, the rear end's probably bent a little bit, and the front nose is pulled across, but I think we can get it taped up and fixed, and my guy's going to work hard to get that Pure Letter Chevrolet back out there.
Derek, who had one of the quick running cars in practice over the weekend, is out of it for the time being. As you said, there are a lot of other cars too.
You know, one of the problems is that car has come to rest down there in a whole bunch of water, and it's tough to get a wrecker down in that area.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking, that that's one problem that's taking so long is it's impossible to get a wrecker down there because they're going to get stuck.
Yep.
You're going to have to wrecker to get the wrecker out.
Let's take a look at it again.
Right in the middle of the screen, Ernie Irving, Kyle Petty, and Mark Martin get together, make some contact, and look at all those cars behind them with nowhere to go, and watch the windshields fly out, and watch Mark Martin's car fly through here. Wow.
It comes down on all 4s, though. But then others become involved. Joe Ruttman makes contact with the 21 car of Dale Jarrett. There's Rick Mast. I don't know whether his car hit anything at all, but it sure went skating through that slick grass.
It probably hit something later on because it's not going to stop till it hits something in that mud.
Because it seems like it picks up speed once you hit that wet grass.
Hey, I'm telling you, I spun at the start-finish line here at Talladega one time in the mud.
There's the one car of Rick. It's not damaged very badly. It's got a lot of mud on it.
Well, he's blessed if he didn't hit anything.
Yeah, he sure is.
Needs a wash job.
17 cars were involved in this crash. Here it is again from Hut Strickland's car in slow motion. He's coming off the second turn down the backstretch.
He bumps Lake speed, turns Lake around. Now, all of a sudden, there are the cars. And watch Mark Martin's car go up. Does he go? No, I don't guess he goes under the car, but we see the huge piece hit the windshield. And we see the windshield want to come out, but as we just told you, there's some straps that NASCAR mandated to hold him in.
And then Hutt finally makes contact with that inside dirt bank that brought the car to a stop. Now here's Dale Jarrett's in-car camera in slow motion.
We see all that piece hit the windshield in Hut Strickland's car. One reason that it didn't go through, there's a piece of Lexan or bulletproof glass. There's Rick Mast, the one car, following Davey Allison.
You know, the one car stayed on the outside. Dale decided to cut left, and he found himself a hole, and he got through it, almost got through it, and then got hit right there, and that turned him right into the wall.
Boy, he had clear sailing ahead of him, wasn't a car in front of him until he got bumped and then turned into the wall. Now here's the Phillips 66 in-car camera, Lake Speed.
What we're trying to tell you, folks, is we will not have any more in-car camera shots today.
All three of them got wiped out in this wreck. He had got bumped from behind, isn't that right?
Mm-hmm.
And from Hut Strickland, and that turned him right into a lot of other things in front of him.
So again, 17 cars involved in this crash at the end of the backstretch. Here's Jerry Punch with Dale Jarrett.
Well, fortunately, Dale has had his obligatory check at the infield care center and has walked away okay. Not real happy right now, understandably why. Dale, you nearly made it through our in-car camera, and our camera showed you just about got through that mess.
Yeah, I really did. You know, I saw it all happening, and it had been wanting to happen for about 10 laps there. And you know, it's just restrictor plate racing. If NASCAR wants to run restrictor plates, this is just the kind of things that's going to happen. I'm pretty upset right now. We had a good car with the Citgo Ford. You know, it's not fair to our crews, to our sponsors, to have to do something like that out there. And all it takes is one little bobble, and unfortunately somebody got a little impatient going down the back stretch and tried to make a hole. I just about got through it, and I think it was the 75 car or someone came from the grass and clipped me and started me spinning. And what happened after that, I don't really know, but it's unfortunate. Tell everybody back home I'm fine. You know, we just got to start being able to miss these to where we can put the Citgo Ford up front.
You were hanging in the top 5 or 6 throughout the early part of the race. Were you running pretty much all you could, or were you sitting back there just waiting a little bit?
No, I was just kind of waiting. I didn't want to get down in the bottom and get shuffled all the way back. I didn't have enough to do that, but I could really go on the outside of the track, and just as soon as somebody gave me a little opening, I could pick up a spot at a time. And I was just sitting there trying to stay out of something like that, which I knew was going to happen eventually.
One Citgo Ford totally destroyed, but Dale Jarrett is okay. Let's check in with John Kernan, who's with Wally Dallenbach Jr. John?
Wally, your second Winston Cup race, and what a way to end it. In fact, the only driver so far has told me here in the garage area that you saw what happened that triggered this.
Well, I was sucked under Mark. We were down in the low line, and Ernie was pretty anxious to get down the bottom line, and we got down on the back straightaway, and it looked like the 4 car got in the side of Mark, and it just turned Mark sideways, and I tried to get through it. I just got off the throttle and tried to, you know, get through it, but I had 30-some hungry guys behind me, and you know, there was nothing we could do. I mean, once you're running that tight and a couple guys get going, that was it.
Other forms of racing, you ever seen anything as wild as that?
No, not from where I was sitting, but I have to say that I had a great time racing with these guys today, and I learned a lot, but that was just an unfortunate deal today.
You told me on Saturday that you want to come full-time into the Winston Cup circuit. What are your future plans now after today?
Well, after the last 20 seconds of that deal, up to that point, I had a real good time, and I'm here to stay. If we can get sponsorship and run this deal, I'd love to do it. I had a good time today, and these guys were good, and looking forward to running a partial season or a full season next year.
Well, good luck to you. They're just pulling your car in behind us, and it is heavily damaged in the rear and in the front, so your day will be spent watching the remainder of this race. Bob, back to you.
All right, thank you. Wally looked very, very good while he was out there before the crash that has involved 17 cars here in the Winston 500 and has brought the race under red flag conditions. We'll be right back.
Brett Bodine, one tough driver, talks about Quaker State, one tough motor oil.
At North Wilkesboro, that Carolina asphalt was hot enough to fry our King Racing Buick. Our engine was running hot, 240 degrees, and I had to keep pushing it over 8,000 RPM. Now that's when you start worrying about your oil's viscosity breaking down. But when the going got tough, the same Quaker State you can buy right off the shelf was tough enough to get me to the finish line first.
Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
Chocolate is scrumptious when it crunches. That's why I love Nestle Crunch. That's why I love Nestle Crunch Crunches.
Top-of-the-line parts, expert advice. That's your Big A Auto Parts store.
Big A, the sign that keeps your car running right.
There are 21 cars lined up here on pit road, but there have been 17 eliminated in a crash here at Talladega that has brought the race to a stop on the 71st lap. Those involved in the crash: Ernie Irvan, Kyle Petty, Wally Dollaback Jr., Mark Martin, Davey Allison, Lake Speed, Dale Jarrett, Hud Strickland, Joe Ruttman, Alan Kowicki, Buddy Baker, Rusty Wallace, also Derek Cope, Chad Little, Terry Labonte, Jimmy Means, and Rick Wilson.
And there we're showing you on the screen graphically all the individuals that were involved.
And of course, the remainder of the field sitting on pit road. Race has been red flagged until they can get that cleared up on the backstretch.
We've got another angle we haven't seen yet, and watch Mark Martin's car get up in the air and Ernie go right under it.
Right.
It's like the 90 car. Oh, he's on the outside of it.
That's what we talked about earlier when they were running so close together, is the fear that you have is somebody nudging somebody a little bit in the back or in a quarter panel or something like that and getting them sideways when you're in a big pack of cars. And when that happens, a lot of other things are going to happen.
And of course, during the Firecracker Pepsi-Cola 400 last year at Daytona, there was a similar crash very early in the race that eliminated a great deal of the field.
Oh,
I've been in skid marks.
I've been in a couple of these multi-car huge crashes here at Talladega before. This is not the first time this rodeo, believe me.
No, that's for sure. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Alan Kowicki.
Speaking of last July, this young man here missed that big crash at Daytona and finished second in his Ford Thunderbird, but not the case today for the Hooters effort. Alan, how bad's the car hurt?
Oh, it's pretty bad. I'm lucky to walk away. Got hit in the left side really hard and bent all the bars in the sheet metal in right on the clutch pedal, and I'm just fortunate I didn't get my feet there.
A lot of cars torn up back there. They're working on your car now. Yours looks like it's pretty well crunched in. Can you get out and make any laps? So you think you'll be able to get back in and maybe pick up some points?
Well, we're certainly going to give it our best effort just to run a few laps and at least pass the rest of the wreck cars that aren't going to get, aren't going to be able to get back out.
Now, the new colors here for the Hooters car, is that for the remainder of the year, or is it a race-by-race deal, or how's that working for you?
Well, Hooters Bar and Restaurant's going to be our major sponsor for the rest of the season. We've got a new color scheme in that we debuted here this weekend. The car was looking good. It was running good. Everything was fine till, a bunch of guys got caught up, and everybody started driving like idiots, running 3 and 4 abreast, and it's, I'm pretty upset about it right now. I mean, it's just, you're stuck out there. It's like playing Russian roulette. It's not a matter of are they going to crash, it's a matter of when are they going to crash.
Indeed they did, Alan. We'll let you get back to your race car and work. It looks like a junkyard here in the garage area as cars continue to be pulled in pieces. Let's check in with John Kernan, who is standing by with Felix Sabates.
Felix has just come from the infield care center where Kyle is in being treated. How is Kyle?
He's got a left broken leg, broke right in half. It popped like that. And we put him in a helicopter and take him to the hospital in Birmingham for some more observation.
So he'll have to go to Birmingham first before you know how badly broken, or it was.
No, we know the leg is broken pretty bad. We don't know what else is. We don't know. We got a helicopter on their way here now, and you got to go to the Caraway Hospital in Birmingham.
Is he conscious?
Yeah, I talked to him.
Other than the okay spirits, what did he say to you?
Can't say it on national television. He said that Ernie Irvan just got out of control, and I think he hit the 6 car, and the 6 car hit the 28 car. He doesn't know. He just he's pretty upset. I think the restrictor plate situations, they got to do something about that before somebody gets really bad hurt.
Thank you, Felix.
So there's the word on Kyle Petty, who will be airlifted to Caraway Medical Center over in Birmingham for further treatment of a broken right leg and possible other injuries. So we, of course, wish Kyle the best in his observation that he will undergo at the hospital. Let's take a look at the top 20 as we are under red flag. It's Earnhardt and Waltrip and Spencer, Michael Waltrip and Bobby Hamilton running in the top 5. 6 through 10 include Schrader, Marlin, Bill Elliott, Bobby Hillen, and Morgan Shepherd. These cars, of course, escaped the crash. Gant, Purvis, Jeff Bodine, Rick Mast, and Brett Bodine are 11 through 15. 16 through 20, Ted Musgrave, Phil Barkdahl, Dave Marcus, Mickey Gibbs, and Ricky Rudd. So the fans continue to be patient here at Talladega. He's ready to go racing, and so are we, but we're not quite ready to go back yet. We've had rain delays, and now we've had a delay because of a 17-car pileup here at Talladega.
Mission: create the ultimate automobile polish. Mission accomplished. Liquid Crystal, the most technologically advanced automobile polish ever made. A dull, faded blazer, the shine instantly restored with no rubbing, no buffing. And after 104 car washes, water still beads. Liquid Crystal will shine and protect better than any car wax you've ever used, or your money back. Liquid Crystal, quite simply, the best shine and protection money can buy.
Ford Trucks. The best never best.
The first vehicle Henry Ford sold was not a cart, it was a truck. Our full-size pickups were first with rear anti-lock brakes, first with electronic overdrive transmission, first with push-button four-wheel drive. Now, what does all this get you? It gets you number one. And if you keep doing it, you stay number one.
More people are driving the best-built, best-selling American trucks than ever before.
This is where America gets together. Every weekend throughout America, there is great NASCAR racing.
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
Back at Talladega Superspeedway, the fans continue to be very enthusiastic here. They have tolerated and endured a lot in the last 24 hours, a lot of rain, and now a crash that has red flagged the race. The drivers remain patient, and the pit crews are hard at work, at least on the cars that were damaged in that 17-car crash at the end of the backstretch. John Kernan is with Lake Speed.
Well, Lake, you've run into a bunch out there. I know we've seen it on the in-car camera. It was something spectacular crash out there, wasn't it?
Well, I'll tell you, it was. It's one of those things that, like, so many times you see the accident developing in front of you, and you start waiting and watching to see where it's going to open up and be an opening, because usually there does, you know. And I saw an opening of what I thought was fixing to be an opening, and I was just before stepping on the gas to try to drive through it when I got tagged in the rear. But I tell you, that Phillips 66 Tri-Party Pontiac was tough today. We were just sitting there cruising, riding with them, and just waiting for the laps to wind down and be able to really get up there and do something with those guys. But it's a terrible shame, and there's a lot of good cars torn up, but luckily, majority of people weren't hurt. I understand maybe one driver may have been hurt a little bit, and we just, you know, offer our prayers up for him, hope it's not anything serious. But all in all, it's a testimony to how well these cars are built when you see that many of them running that fast, getting into the wall and getting into each other and whatever, and not come away from it any worse than we did.
You guys are working on it. Are they going to try and get it back out, or are you just working on it to get it cleaned up to put into the hauler?
Well, really, I don't think we're going to be hurt that bad. I think we should be able to get back out and get some points. It doesn't appear to be any major frame damage, just mostly cosmetics, some of the oil coolers and things of that nature that can be replaced, and we get back out there and get some of those valuable Winston Cup points.
What about your future with the team? Have you and Cale discussed the remainder of the year?
No, we really haven't. It's been kind of a race-to-race deal, and just go out there and run hard as I can every day and let the cars fall where they can, you know, and that's the best I can do, just go out and do the best I can do, period.
Well, I know he told us yesterday he thought you were getting along really well with the crew members.
We really have a real good chemistry here. The guys, we all see eye to eye on things, and that helps, you know, when everybody's pulling in the same direction.
they have welcomed me with open arms and really given me some good race cars under me. And look forward, hopefully, to be able to go into Charlotte and see if we can't turn them around up there.
Okay, thank you, Lake. Now let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Hut Strickland.
Well, Hut Strickland may be one of the more fortunate drivers here. He is Ray Best's Buick, or at least what's left of it beside me, but Hut, it doesn't look like it's hurt that bad.
I don't think it is, Jerry. You know, all the guys are going to work pretty hard to try to get the thing back out there. And, you know, it's really a shame that had to happen. But Ray Best's great. Buick was really running good. And, you know, I feel like we'll get the thing going and get us more Winston Cup points. And, you know, that's what it's all about.
Now, 2 in a row at Daytona, the same thing. You had a great run in the qualifying race, and you were coming hard in the 500, and then, boom, you lost a race car. It's a brand-new car. At least it was a brand-new car today. And but they really had this restrictor plate racing figured out there at Bobby Allison Racing.
Well, they really do. You know, they started out in '88 with Bobby running a restrictor plate there, and, you know, they hit on it right off. And, you know, I feel like the run we had going at Daytona, and even here today, I feel like we had a top 5 car, or maybe even a car that could win. And it's just one of them deals that, you know, unfortunate thing that had to happen, and, you know, nothing we can do.
One of the survivors of a major crash here at Talladega, Hut Strickland, will try to climb back in this car. Hut will let you go. They're going to work on the car. The rest of this Bobby Allison, Jimmy Fitted crew have their work cut out for them, but this car will probably race more this afternoon. Bob?
We're still red. Let's take a look at our in-car camera replays once again. This is from Hut's car. Dale Jarrett. And finally, Lake Speed.
It's the greatest feeling in the world when the noise stops and you still are able to realize what's going on.
You can hear the noise stop.
The helicopter, meanwhile, is about to airlift Kyle Petty from the Speedway to Caraway Medical Center on the north edge of Birmingham. Kyle has sustained a broken leg and will be airlifted to that facility to receive further treatment. And we understand it will be at least 5 more minutes before this race is restarted. There is Kyle's car. The crew gathered around it. You can see the tremendous damage sustained by it in that multi-car crash on the backstretch.
This is never going to work. Hey, relax. Anybody can send them roses.
Excuse me, we didn't order these. Ian, what's this?
Hi.
Did they really expect us to call them?
I'm telling you. Hello.
All the deep down quality that makes a Buick so enjoyable on a Saturday afternoon is forged in the heat of weekends we spend throughout the year. So while you're considering the ownership of a bright new Buick, rest assured that Buick engineers are out at the nation's racetracks, racing to make your new Buick even better. Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
Attention, advanced photographers. You're witnessing something never possible before. The miracle of microfine grain for the sharpest detail in color print film. Kodak presents Ektar Film.
If you want to keep repair costs down, remember, Fram oil filters protect your engine better because they stop more dirt the first time through than any other filter. Fram, you can pay a little now or a lot later.
The Winston 500 here at Talladega Superspeedway will be resuming in just a moment. We have been red for the last 30 minutes because of a 17-car pileup at the end of the backstretch during the Winston 500. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Champion Spark Plugs, the world's #1 selling spark plug no matter what you drive. By your local independent ERA real estate specialist. And by Kodak Gold Film, show your true colors. The cars have been restarted, and in just a moment they will be moving back out onto the racetrack for resumption of this race after 71 laps. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, they are working in the garage area on the Joe Ruttman car, and what they have done is taken a brand new car out of the trailer. You see the brand new car here sitting beside the wrecked car, and they're going to rob parts off the brand new car and put them on what's left of the original Dinner Bell Oldsmobile. And Joe Ruttman, you may be able to get back in this thing.
Well, I think our best bet, Jerry, would be to take the engine and put in that new one. Would be in good shape there. But that's not possible. But, you know, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dinner Bell and the Raymock boys for giving me the opportunity to drive this thing. But it was a lot of fun. And, you know, it's excitement in the backstretch. And I'm hoping the fans enjoyed that.
Well, give credit where credit's due. Initially, you had a great run in Daytona. You started way back in the back. And yet, in about lap 10, you were already in the top 15. So you were coming in a hurry.
Well, the car was real fast, and I think we could have run with that lead pack of cars, and we'd get caught up with some guys, and they'd make some moves that would not be beneficial to Joe Ruttman, but beneficial to them, and that's what really probably kept us out of that lead 4 or 5 car pack. The car was real fast, and you know, but it's not fast when it's all bent up.
Joe, we'll let you rejoin the crew here and get the car getting back ready in the race. So they're going to restart the race pretty soon, and now that they have released the red flag, they're going to let you work on the car, so the crew will go to work on this Dinner Bell car. Now Butch Mock, Bob Rahilly, and the crew will try to resurrect a race car from what now you just heard Dick Beatty give the command, gentlemen, you can go to work. And now they begin to scamper like something out of a Disney movie. They began to resurrect the race car here in the garage area. Bob?
That's a good point, Bob and Ned, Jerry, that under red flag conditions, they cannot work on the race cars. All those race cars sitting in the garage could not be worked on until the cars went back on the race car.
But as soon as that red went down and the yellow went up, then the crew scrambled to their cars to begin work. And I'm sure that we're going to see cars go out onto the racetrack throughout the next few laps, re-entering the competition as they get repaired.
Well, Alan Kowicki made a good point in his interview that he might try to make just 2 or 3 laps to put him ahead of all those other cars that can't get back out there. That could mean 20 or 25 points or something like that, which might mean a great deal of money towards the end of the season.
It sure could. You know, we talked yesterday about how there are going to be stories about this incident yesterday here at Talladega with all the rain. There's the first incident of it, first example of it. We swam Talladega from Joliet, Illinois, because there was about 3 inches of rain that fell here yesterday afternoon, and this is what it looked like about 24 hours ago when all the rain was falling down. Right now, we have mostly clear skies over Talladega Superspeedway. The sun is out, and the drivers are back on the racetrack, set to resume the Winston 500. While they do warm up their engines once again and get set for the restart, we'll take another break. Stand by for more live coverage from Talladega.
The music you love is part of your life. Now there's an easy way to collect the world's most beautiful music. Announcing great composers from Time Life Music. Start with the greatest music of Mozart. More than 2 full hours of his best works. At the low price of only $9.99 for 2 compact discs or 2 double-length cassettes. Great Composers brings you the most memorable music of Bach, Beethoven, Tchaikovsky, Chopin. Every volume features 1 great composer, yours to preview at no risk. Keep only the albums you want. There's no minimum to buy, and you may cancel anytime. So call now to enjoy Mozart for a 10-day free audition and discover music you'll enjoy for a lifetime. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-866-6400 or send just $9.99 for 2 cassettes or 2 compact discs, plus $3.50 shipping and handling to Mozart, P.O. Box 1880, Department 10, Alexandria, Virginia.
3-time Tour de France champion Greg LeMond returns to American soil in a major new cycling event. Over 1,100 miles in 11 days. The inaugural Tour de France, beginning Thursday on ESPN.
In case you're just joining us here at Talladega, we have had an interruption, a red flag condition for about 33 minutes because of a crash on the backstretch that has taken out 17 cars. They are working on several of them on pit road and back in the garage area. There's the Quaker State Buick driven by Brett Bodine that is receiving attention at the front end of the race car. Doesn't look too heavily damaged, but nevertheless the crew working on it. The pits are officially closed at this time, but crews have been allowed now to go to work on their cars because the red flag has been lifted.
As Phil Barkdahl we saw in the pits behind Brett Bodine working on his car. We did see some damage to that automobile.
20 cars are on the track. There's Phil in the number 73 machine. 20 cars are on the speedway and set to resume the action. We started 41. And there were about 3 of them that were eliminated before the crash. And so we begin again with a greatly reduced field. These laps are counting. We've now completed 73 laps.
A bunch of pit boards out down pit road leading us to believe that a lot of cars were going in the pits. We'll see.
Here comes Bodine out. Phil Barkdahl is on his way out of the pits. And here comes Brett Bodine out while most everyone else comes in as the pits now are open. Dale Earnhardt, the leader of the race, brings his GM Goodwrench Chevrolet down. Darrell Waltrip is already flanked off into his assigned pit area. Michael Waltrip does likewise. Bill Elliott coming down toward turn number 1. Pit out is the 25 car of Ken Schrader.
He just now is getting to his pits, and meanwhile back there Jimmy Spencer stopped it seemed like an hour ago.
There is Rick Mast. Now apparently the only damage to that car was a buckled hood, and you'll remember that we saw him sliding through the grass back in the backstretch, but it didn't appear to have hit anything. How about it, John Curtin?
Well, besides the buckled hood, as he pulled in, you can see the grill was pushed back just a little bit, but not a whole lot, so they beat that out with a hammer. Bob Johnson has the hammer on the hood as they try to beat it up back into shape. It really didn't look that bad, but then again, as we've said, they take a lot of time in wind tunnel testing to get the shapes of these cars just right. So the aerodynamics, they put the hood down, it wasn't shaped just exactly as they would like it, so now they put it back down. They will try again, go one more time, but they're having problems getting the hood all the way down so they can put the hood pins in.
Rick had a very strong car in the first 71 laps of this race before the red came out. He stayed in the top 10, I think, all the time, and was mostly in the top 5.
Yeah, the car was very strong, especially down on the low side of the racetrack. And it might not be affected that much. The pace car, though, is coming into turn 3 now. They're still in the pits. Of course, they know where the pace car is. Their spotter is telling them. So they'll get that hood pin back and get him back out before the pace car gets here.
One of the cars we listed as involved in the crash, Jimmy Means, he really wasn't, but parked back there on the backstretch and got stuck in the mud. But now he's on the racetrack and will restart.
As we watch that one car go, you know, at Darlington just about a month ago, I said hello to Hugo Phelps, the longtime scorer for that automobile. Well, the news from Christiansburg, Virginia, Hugo passed away yesterday. I talked to some of the boys down on the Stowe crew. Our condolences to his family.
From everyone here at ESPN. Well, Rick did not go a lap down. They got the car out, and here comes the field down, but we'll go at least one more lap before we resume the Winston 500 live here on ESPN.
The Wilsons tried almost everything to make their house more attractive to buyers, but it just didn't sell until they called our ERA office. I told them about the ERA home warranty plan that would help their house sell faster by giving the buyer peace of mind. It helped make their house the most appealing buy on the block. The ERA home warranty plans, just the kind of help you'd expect from a friend. It doesn't take long to sell a house if you call the right people. List your house with an ERA broker. ERA, first in service.
No matter what you drive, no matter where you drive it, or under what conditions, you can rely on Champion spark plugs to help your engine run smoother and more efficiently on or off the track. Champion spark plugs. No matter what you drive.
Rick Mast comes back into the pit area. They're working on a piece of metal there at the front end of the car, trying to get it secured.
What they've got to do is they've got to put that... John Kern will tell us what they're doing.
Okay, Benny, the hood would not close exactly, so it left an opening that air could get up under the hood. So they've had to cut a piece of metal and put it on. They're going to have to secure that down to close off the air hole to keep the air from flowing up under the hood. And it looks like they've got it down. They may have to come back in and do a little taping around it, though.
Well, here at Talladega Superspeedway, we have been red for over a half hour because of a 17-car pileup on the backstretch that occurred during the 71st lap of this event. Virtually the entire field was running in 2 and 3 abreast formation off of turn number 2, and then the incident occurred.
You see Kyle Petty, the 6-car, Mark Martin, Ernie Irvin in the 4-car. And Ernie goes under the 6-car as he went up in the air. Those 3 cars made contact, and there was no place for the other cars to go. And look at the smoke.
A lot of water was sprayed up onto the racetrack, and that's one of the reasons why we had to be so red so long. There is Lake Speed and Rusty Wallace's cars. Now a real-time replay of the in-car from Hut Strickler. Same thing from Dale Jarrett's car. And Lake Speed's Phillips 66 in-car camera. Here at Talladega, as we get set to go back to racing. Of course, a very terrible accident during the ARCA race last Saturday that has Chris Gerke in a critical condition. Kyle Petty has been airlifted from here to Caraway Medical Center in Birmingham for treatment of injuries sustained in that crash. Let us hope that the remainder of this race can go without incident whatsoever as the pace car comes in and the Winston 500 goes back under green flag conditions. Here comes Dale Earnhardt leading Darrell Waltrip down to the green flag and a resumption of this race. Jimmy Spencer running in 3rd position. Michael Waltrip is 4th. And Sterling Marlin is in 5th position as the green comes out and we're back to competition.
Now that one car, Rick Mast, that we were watching, fellas, had just come out of the pits. He's going to be about a 1/3 of a lap behind this front group with no one to draft with.
See Michael Waltrip way high on the racetrack trying to get by Mickey Gibbs.
Meanwhile, Ricky Rudd has fallen in behind Dale Earnhardt and ahead of Darrell Waltrip as Ricky continues to try to get one of his 2 laps back. Mark Martin, there's the first of the battered machines that was involved in that multi-car crash, back on pit road as he tries to re-enter the race and gain some valuable Winston Cup points.
As Ned said, there were 17 cars in the wreck. If he beats 16 of those, 3 points per position, 48 points more than if he stayed in the garage area.
That can make a whale of a difference come the end of the season at the Winston Cup banquet in New York City.
Now, for the fans that might have tuned in late, Ricky Rudd, running in 2nd place behind Dale Earnhardt, is 2 laps down. He had a spark plug wire to come off of his tied Chevrolet earlier in the race. Made a green flag pit stop and went 2 laps down, but since then has run with the leaders.
And he is running between 1st and 2nd at the moment as Dale Earnhardt, who won both races here last year, continues to lead. He has won the last 3 of 5 races with the restrictor plates. Behind him, 3 more cars running together. Jimmy Spencer in 98, Michael Waltrip in 30, and Ken Schrader in the 25 car. That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Here comes the Ford. Bill Elliott and Sterling Sterling Marlin.
Jimmy Spencer has had a good race so far.
I take that back, Bill. That was not a third. That is Sterling Marlin and Harry Gant.
Jimmy Spencer started 29th, was 28th at the end of 20 laps, 24th at the end of 40, moved to 16th at the end of 60 laps, and now finds himself in third position in the Banquet Chevrolet.
Closes in on the back of Darrell Waltrip. Now is in the lead draft. There goes Davey Allison. Repairs on his car has been made. He goes, look at that, Bob. No nose at all on that automobile.
Slick Ford Thunderbird isn't so sleek and slick anymore as the field passes by.
Well, I expect we're going to see a little more careful driving now than we saw before.
Yep.
They'll probably run in that single file more than they did before.
Everybody has a pretty good finish right now.
Yeah, sure. If you just hang on and finish the race, it'll be okay.
NASCAR has told the Mark Martin Folgers Ford to come in.
We see the Folgers crew conferring with the NASCAR official, saying, look, what do you want us to do? And he's going to tell them.
But the fact that he made at least one lap has put him ahead of a lot of cars that didn't finish that other lap, but he'll be a lap ahead of them, so he did pick up some points, even if he doesn't get to go back out.
Darrell Waltrip showing some good patience just riding behind Ricky Rudd. Obviously, he knows Rudd is 2 laps down, and if he was up behind Earnhardt, maybe he could pass Dale, and I think he pays $100 a lap to lead here. He can get up to go up and get some of that lap money, but he's showing good patience, not worried about Rudd.
He's thinking of big money on that last lap.
That's correct.
You see that Earnhardt is the leader, and Ricky Rudd 2 laps down. There's Mark Martin going back out onto the racetrack. There are 11 cars hooked up in this lead draft. Not all of them on the lead lap, but 11 of them are running nose to tail as Mark Martin stays low on the racetrack, but re-enters the Winston 500 as the rest of the field comes through the tri-oval and heads into turn number 1. There's the 11th car line as it passes by.
I think the only car in that lead draft that is not in the lead lap is Ricky Rudd. Bill Elliott at the tail end.
In 12 more laps, we'll reach the halfway point, and don't forget you can still enter the right guard halfway challenge by dialing 1-900-737-1100. And if you are called back and you know who the leader was at the halfway point, you will win a Pontiac Grand Prix SE, and the driver that leads lap number 94 at the halfway point will get $10,000 from right guard. Let's go to Jerry Punt. Jerry, why was that 6th car brought in by NASCAR?
A safety precaution, Bob. They're going to make Mark Martin either go to the garage area or come back behind the wall of pit road and replace that rear deck spoiler. Now, most of the rear sheet metal has been peeled away, and as the car comes down pit road, he'll probably make the turn in the garage area. They feel it's just not safe having the car on the track with no spoiler. If you got any speed at all in the corner, the car would loop around and tag the wall. So they're going to go back and put a rear deck spoiler on the car to keep the car stable on the track. Then he can come back out and drive.
You know, if you just take that car to a junkyard and say, how much will you give me for it? He'd probably get $75 for it.
If that. That is a good point, though, because regardless of what speed you're running at, you can always get in trouble, and without a rear spoiler, you could make small trouble into big trouble real quick.
So they'll have to take a deck bed off of their spare car, one on the truck, to put on the back of that bent-up Folgers car.
Plus the fact they got a spoiler rule. You can supposed to have so much spoiler back there, and it's supposed to be standing so high. Here's Waltrip now. He decided to try to get up and maybe get some of that lap money you were talking about, Eddie.
That had to be planned between he and Spencer. He had to motion to Spencer and say, Jimmy, let's go by, because, hey, you just can't do that, what those two guys did out of the clear blue sky.
And look where they're sending Ricky Rudd right on back towards the back.
Yeah, Ricky's hung on the outside of the racetrack, and his hopes of getting one lap back now diminish significantly as Bobby Hamilton pulls down to the inside and makes it a three-way battle with Sterling Marlin and Ricky Rudd through the tri-oval, but now they're 2 abreast going into the corner.
Bobby Alfred's car has been running awfully good all day. He and Darrell Waltrip hooked up earlier and went to the front. As a matter of fact, I think he's the guy that pushed Darrell Waltrip to the front. And then he got shuffled back once Darrell. You see Sterling Marlin trying to push them cars too aggressive. Sterling moves up, trying to make it 3. We saw what happened when that happens.
Darrell Waltrip commented during the red flag, apparently, that he believed the 68 car was the fastest on the racetrack before the crash. Another car that was very quick before the red was Rick Mast in number 1. However, he is running by himself, doesn't have a drafting partner, and finding it very, very difficult.
As a matter of fact, he's losing ground to the leaders, Bob. I mentioned when the green was reflown, that he was about a third of a lap down. He's over a half a lap behind now. But as you say, running out there by himself.
Ken Schrader and Michael Waltrip are battling for 4th position.
So much for my statement there, while ago. We're going to see him mixing it up and passing too much.
But meanwhile, while these guys are shuffling around, Waltrip and Earnhardt, as you can see, is nowhere to be seen right in front of Spencer.
That's right. They've taken off from the rest of the field. There they are, Earnhardt and Waltrip for first, while then back further, there's a battle for 3rd position as Ken Schrader comes to the high side of Jimmy Spencer. And they run side by side at the line.
And the more they do that, the more Darrell Waltrip and Dale Earnhardt is going to be able to pull away.
And those guys need to get in line. They need to get them a leader and get in line and
watch the speed at which this pack goes around Davey Allison, who's running very slowly at the bottom of the racetrack. There he is. That car looks like a Pinto or something.
And he's breaking the speed limit on any highway in the United States.
That's right. We are coming up on 6 more laps to go before the halfway point. This will be lap number 88 completed. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd and now 4th position continues as Ken Schrader has 3rd. The battle for 4th between Michael Waltrip inside and Jimmy Spencer on the outside.
I'll tell you what, those guys need to get in line or they're going to say goodbye to Earnhardt and Waltrip.
Yep.
Ken Schrader has cleared them, but he needs someone to run with him to be able to really run fast. He might be getting close enough to Waltrip and Earnhardt to pick up their draft. I don't know. Pretty far back, but as those cars race side by side back there, it certainly is not helping Schrader.
Now they're arguing about who wants to run behind Schrader. Really, what's that? Spencer wants to be him. Michael Waltrip wanted to be him.
So Dale Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip battle for the lead here at the Winston 500. 88 laps out of 188 completed.
Engine repairs can cost you. So remember, Fram oil filters protect your engine better because they stop more dirt the first time through than any other filter. Fram, you could pay a little now for a lot later.
To demonstrate the superior color of new Kodak Gold 400 film, just open a box. It has the richest, most vivid color available in a high-speed film. New Kodak Gold 400. Fast film. True colors.
Plumb bobs, T-squares, tape rules, what do I know? Zip. Want to know more? Ask Ace.
This Stanley tape rule with free utility knife is only $8.99, and this extension cord with reel just $9.88.
Plumb bob, John. Hey, Ace is the place for me.
Hey, Mike, hand me my channel lock pliers.
Tommy, give me that plier over there with the blue handles. What kind of pliers is that? These are channel lock tone and groove pliers. My dad uses them on his race car, too.
For the tough jobs and the small jobs, reach for Channel Lock, the handiest plier of them all.
Hey, guys, anybody seen the channel lock pliers?
Channel Lock. Be sure you're getting genuine Channel Lock pliers. Look for this trademark.
We're back at Talladega in the Winston 500, and the shuffle up front since we left you. Earnhardt and Waltrip continue to run first and second, but look who's moved to third. It's Bobby Hamilton. Fourth is Jimmy Spencer, and fifth is Ken Schrader. Those guys are beginning to catch the front two as we near the halfway point. 91 laps are in the books, and 94 is the halfway point.
3 more laps, and somebody's going to get 10,000. And I tell you what, Bobby Hamilton and Jimmy Spencer said those 2 guys in front have got enough money.
The second group of cars are considerably behind the lead group. They include Morgan Shepherd, Jeff Purvis,
Mickey Gibbs, Stanley Smith. There we're back to the lead, and look, those fellows are closed up right on the back bumper of Earnhardt.
We're going to have a race for $10,000, and the halfway point is that.
Look at Darrell. He's trying to figure out how he did by Earnhardt.
And he's probably motioning to Bobby Hamilton, said, come on, I have to do this.
You know, man, we had interviews yesterday, if you folks saw it, with Darrell Walker, the owner and the driver. The owner's now saying, look, we can get $10,000. And here comes Hamilton on the inside.
He's going to just try to do it on his own.
Come on, Bobby, this ain't going to work.
And that might be working to Dale Earnhardt's advantage, but Hamilton's car is so fast that on the inside of the track, he couldn't do it that time. He had to fall back in line.
Get back in line. Now he drops to the inside again, and he's got Jimmy Spencer down there with him. But really, that's working to the advantage of Earnhardt, Waltrip, and Ken Schrader, as the next time around, 94 laps will be completed, and the halfway challenge will have occurred.
See, that's what I mean a little bit ago when Spencer and Darrell Walker went around Ricky Rudd. It had to be a planned move because Bobby Hamilton didn't plan it with anyone, and boom, away they drove.
Well, they understand that his spotter told him to go to the inside. That was Bobby Hamilton, and they motioned for Spencer to go with him, but Jimmy's car just wouldn't do it, or he decided not to. Anyway, he didn't go with him.
And Schrader now runs in 3rd position behind Waltrip and Earnhardt. This time around, it's the halfway challenge, $10,000 at stake.
Even though Spencer keeps dropping some positions, he runs on the inside. He moves up now, and here comes a race for the money. And watch Earnhardt. He's going to be awful wide.
Will it be Earnhardt or will it be Darrell Waltrip? They come through the tri-oval. Earnhardt holding off Waltrip at the moment. Darrell apparently is not going to make a move for it. As they hit the line, it is Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt leads at the halfway point. That's the driver's name that you must know. If the right guard people have called you and you have entered the right guard halfway challenge, when they ask you who is leading at the halfway point, tell them Dale Earnhardt, and you'll win a Pontiac Grand Prix SE.
Jeff Purvis is off the pace going down the back straightaway. Phoenix Racing.
Darrell's beginning to run a little high here now.
Here's the Big A Auto Parts on-track interval between Dale Earnhardt and Bobby Hamilton. And Hamilton, it appears, is, well, he's gained about just a little over a half second, but the two cars, the times of the two cars are really pretty consistent.
That's a story of a few laps ago. The story right now is what's Darrell Waltrip's problem, because he's dropped from 2nd all the way back to 6th.
Well, he just all of a sudden started running high on the racetrack, and several cars, in fact 3 cars, have gone by him.
You know, Ned, I just figured out what the deal is. When he couldn't win the $10,000, he said, hey, you know, what
could be? Yep, he's just hanging back, knowing that he can challenge perhaps later, but right now chooses to fall back a little bit.
Yeah.
He's trying some different lines out there, seeing if the car will work as well up high as it does down low.
His engine might have heated up just a little bit as we see Phil Purvis coming into the pits. Darrell's engine might have heated up a little bit as close as he was running behind Dale Earnhardt there, trying to maybe draft past him.
This is the Neil Bonnet-owned car, driven by Jeff Purvis. Number 51 and Joe Ruttman, one of those involved in the 17-car crash on the backstretch, is also back out on the racetrack. Mark Martin, by the way, is out there. The NASCAR black flagged him to have him come in and put a rear spoiler on the car. He did, and he's now back out there.
Pat Strickland just went back out on the track as well, and Rick Wilson in the car number 8. So a lot of repairs have been made. There's the Snickers Buick of Rick Wilson.
And Darrell Waltrip is back on the move toward the front. He's working alongside his younger brother, Michael.
Man, can you imagine his brother doing something like that to him? Would he let him in?
Caught him right out there and said, big brother, you're going to have to fall in behind him.
He said, wait till I tell Leroy about this.
Of course, Leroy's the father.
So Waltrip is back to 5th position. Michael is 4th. Sterling Marlin 3rd. Ken Schrader is 2nd. And the leader of the Winston 500 is Dale Earnhardt.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sports Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents, a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, a true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right Guard Sports Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Top of the line parts.
Red, blue, and white.
Expert advice.
It's a good sign.
Your Big A Auto Parts store.
Keeps your car running right.
Where the pros go for auto parts.
Big A, the sign that keeps your car running right.
Someone to depend on when you need to depend on your car.
Bob Jenkins, Dan Jarrett, Benny Parsons, Dr. Jerry Punch, and John Kernan back at Talladega Superspeedway in the Winston 500. The man on the move right now is Michael Waltrip. He's taken over 2nd position.
Man, he just went by Sterling Marlin and Ken Schrader right down on the inside and said goodbye. Didn't have any help. His brother Darrell was back there, and he expected him to come with him, but Darrell didn't do it or couldn't do it. Michael just went on by himself. Now he'll take Earnhardt in a lap or two of that.
Wow. Michael Waltrip.
He's had some very consistent finishes this year. He's been in the top 10 5 times this year, including a 3rd at Darlington. So Michael Waltrip could be in a position to have a very good finish here this afternoon, if not a win. He's right on the rear spoiler of Dale Earnhardt.
Mikey, as he's affectionately known in the garage area, which he doesn't particularly care for. All those 5 cars in the lead lap.
It might not be as easy to pass Earnhardt as it was to pass those other 2 cars. Don't know why it was so easy for him to pass those other 2 cars, but now they've caught right back up to him and sitting there wrecking.
Behind this group of 5 cars, 6th at the moment is Harry Gant, then Bobby Hamilton. And Hut Strickland is on pit road with a lot of 200-mile-an-hour tape on the front of that Ray Vestas Buick, but he is ready to go back out there, and our in-car camera is continuing to work in his car.
Those things take a living and keep on ticking, don't they?
Top 5 coming down through the tri-oval. That is Davey Allison that they are passing. Davey with absolutely no aerodynamics whatsoever on that car, but he's still out there making laps and picking up points. Darrell Waltrip challenges Ken Schrader for 3rd position. He'll get it. Sterling Marlin goes to 4th, and Ken Schrader drops back to 5th.
You know how Sterling Marlin is feeling. You know, he was, this is the first race that he will have tried to run all the way since his burns, and
I'll bet that perhaps that break we had, that 30-minute red flag period, if he was showing any fatigue, gave him some renewed enthusiasm. Now the partners are back together.
I'd say Earnhardt's in trouble, wouldn't you?
Brothers might gain up on him here.
Yeah.
We may see a real buddy situation.
But the problem is, which brother do we let run in front? That's the question.
And look how Harry Gant and the rest of the group has caught that top 5.
Yes, they have. They were more than a second behind a little bit ago when we looked at them, but now they have caught up completely. We'll see him come into the pictures and see Hut Strickland down on the inside. Yep. There they are. Harry Gant running in 6th. Hut Strickland 7th. Bobby Hamilton in 7th position.
That shows what happens when you get in line, but when you start running side by side. See, Darrell is telling Michael to move down. He said, come on, let's go below, go down on the bottom. Blew up.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I think it was too. Well, they're staying in formation. What do you think? Can't these guys drop to the inside and hook up and go right around Earnhardt?
Well, they have to know when they're going to do it. They just can't do it all of a sudden. But Darrell he's telling Michael by going low, he keeps telling Michael, look, let's go bottom. But Earnhardt, he saw Walter back there. He said, I'm not going to let them guys on the inside of me.
Yeah, he's covering that bottom. He's covering that bottom spot very well. Dale Earnhardt is, and that's keeping him from doing that.
Well, that's what Walter was doing in the 3 and 4. He was moving down to let Michael know, hey, you can run on the bottom. I know you can run on the bottom. I saw you. Let's go by Earnhardt. And now that was not a good time to do it because the 6 car was there. They saw that coming down the back straightaway and realized it was not a good time to try.
So they continue to run pretty much in single file formation as Earnhardt leads the string of cars.
Right on the bottom line.
Sure is. He's right on the bottom line of 1 and 2.
If they're going to pass him, they're going to have to do it on the outside. He covers that inside. See Bill Elliott back in the back of that pack. He's just hanging on there.
10 cars in this draft now.
9 of them in the lead lap.
Earnhardt again is pasted right onto the bottom of the track.
Well, I mean, it's very difficult to pass Earnhardt the way he's running right. See, Darrell, as he moved down, he's trying to tell Michael, let's do it off the over one time, brother.
Let's just do it.
Let's just do it.
Someplace.
But see, Earnhardt's running low in the corners and letting the car drift up and out against the retaining wall. They're going to have to do it off the trial or entering the trial one time.
Or a flat racetrack like the back straightaway. But they got to get a run off of 2 before they can do that.
Exactly. Well, now here we go. Michael's going to try to go on the inside.
Yep.
Earnhardt took the spot away.
Yes, he did. He just covered.
Protected the position. We'll see if they do it in the tri-oval this time.
No, he wasn't in position to. He came off the turn a couple car lengths behind him and just wouldn't work.
Now is the time they need to do it. As they come off the tri-oval, they need to hook up right now and try to go on the inside. But they just can't do it.
But one thing they don't want to do, and that's take an unnecessary chance.
Because we've seen what happens.
Yep.
When these cars get 2 and 3 abreast. It's not pretty.
Lap 105, and here is our Western Auto Race recap. Dale Earnhardt is the leader. He's led 72 of the 105 laps. We've had 3 caution periods, total of 18 laps, and a red. There are 15 cars on the lead lap at an average speed of 150.16 miles an hour. Our leaders have included Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, who has been taken to the hospital for treatment of a broken leg, Ernie Irvan, Davey Allison, Musgrave, and Rudd. Now here comes Darrell Waltrip making a bid for the lead. He's on the low side of Earnhardt, and he's got Michael with him on the bottom side. So if they're going to take the lead from Dale, they'll do it now, or will they?
I think they planned that a lap ago when Darrell went by Michael. I think Michael did not resist him. Figured his car would run faster in front, and they could work together against him. But Sterling Marlin has gotten up there, helping Earnhardt.
Now they knock Darrell out.
Oh, Michael went on behind Sterling Marlin and says, bye-bye, brother.
Man, oh,
Darrell might be able to do it on his own, fellas.
Now it may be difficult for Darrell to get back in line.
And Michael needs to pull down and help Darrell some there now.
And now he decided he would help him a little bit, but it's too late.
Yep.
No, he's not going to help him. He's going to pull up and pass him. Follow those other fellas through.
Well, that's brotherly love for you, isn't it? Okay, let's go back to the Western Auto Race recap. Musgrave has led a lap under caution, also Rudd and Ken Schrader. Those cars out of the race, most of them because of the crash. Larry Pearson was the first out in a separate crash. Richard Petty also. Greg Sachs, Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett, Chad Little, Terry Labonte, Wally Delamac Jr., and Buddy Baker, all out of competition. Now, our standings in the Western Auto Mechanic of the Year award have Waddell Wilson on Ricky Rudd's crew on top, but by just a small 3-point margin over Kirk Shelmerdine from Dale Earnhardt's crew, Larry McReynolds from Brett Bodine, and the others. Now, we have Sterling Marlin that has slid into second position, Michael Waltrip third, Darrell Waltrip fourth, and Ken Schrader in fifth position as they pass by Rick Mast. 109 out of 188 laps complete at Talladega.
Ever wonder what I do when I'm not racing? I'm at Western Auto kind of checking things out, and you should too. Hey, guys.
Hi, Daryl.
Because now you can enter our exciting We Win, You Win $1 Million Racing Sweepstakes. There's monthly drawings for Chevy Luminas, race trips, plus, if I win the championship, one of you will win $1 million.
And while you're at Western Auto, pick up AC spark plugs for just 59 cents each after rebate. AC spark plugs. It's like buying time.
You think he's got a chance?
Basically, trucks are used for two reasons, hauling and towing. And for that, you need power. And the Sierra from GMC Truck has the most standard horsepower in its class, which gives you the hauling and towing strength you need. Plus, for 6 straight years, the full-size pickup from GMC Truck has retained more of its original value than any other in America. Sierra, powerful and durable. GMC Truck, it's not just a truck anymore, it's quality on the road.
Warning, cold starts can be tough on your car's engine because your motor oil might not reach some of its parts for a full minute. Fact, independent lab tests confirm whether it's 35 below zero or 50 above. Quaker State 10W30 gets to all your engine parts faster than other leading 10W30s. At 40 degrees, it's 3 times faster. So don't let cold starts make it tough on your engine. Get Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil.
Back at Talladega, where we've had a shuffling of the positions up front, Sterling Marlin has taken the lead from Dale Earnhardt, and Michael Waltrip has moved to second position, dropping Earnhardt back to third, then Schrader, then Darrell Waltrip, and then Harry Gant.
Earnhardt took a look on the inside of Michael Waltrip, couldn't make the pass. Sterling Marlin, Maxwell House for Thunderbird.
And look at this statistic. The first lap that he has led here at Talladega Superspeedway in a couple of years.
Here comes Harry again, back on the inside of Ken Schrader.
That is the battle for 5th position.
Schrader takes it. He's now 5th. Harry again moves back into 6th.
And Michael Waltrip making a bid for the lead as he goes inside of Sterling Marlin, and it appears as if Michael Waltrip will go into the lead as he pulls quickly ahead of Sterling in turn number 2. Now they race nearly side by side down the backstretch. Michael drops way low on the racetrack, trying to catch a draft somewhere, but cannot do it. He pulls back in line in second, and now here comes Earnhardt to try to take second away from Michael Waltrip, and he does it easily. Darrell Waltrip will try to take third away, and he does, dropping his younger brother back to 4th.
Michael said, what did I do so wrong?
He pulled out of line, that's why. And Rusty Wallace did not give him enough draft to help him.
And Earnhardt would like very much to have the lead of this race back. At the line, he is right beside Sterling Marlin. He drops that Chevy way down to the low side of the track and passes Sterling Marlin with ease to go back into the lead.
Now here comes Michael. He thought he would get some draft off Earnhardt, but as soon as he pulled low, Dale pulled up. Now, you remember a while ago when he hung Darrell out to dry? Now, who's Darrell going to follow now, huh?
I want to see him.
He's trying to decide. Well, he chose to go with Sterling Marlin. I'm not sure that was smart. Now he's going to go down and...
Now he's going to help him, isn't he?
Yeah.
This may move Marlin back a couple of spots.
Well, look at that
Schrader.
behind.
Yeah, Schrader looks down to the low line, and he says, I think I'll go with the Waltrips. But now they get kind of out of line.
Now, Mikey's going to drive on the outside. Has brother Darrell there to go with him. They might get him coming off the turn 2 and as they head down the backstretch.
Michael Waltrip in a very strong performance. The top 6, 7 cars, right 6 cars, right there running 2 by 2.
Earnhardt pulled way down, so they'll not get any advantage off his draft.
Michael Waltrip has the lead, though.
Now, we see Rick Master in the middle of that pack. They lapped him. He was out there running by himself, but once he got in with the pack, he can run with them. But unfortunately, he had nobody to draft with. He came out of the pits late on the last green flag drop. That just fouled him out.
Michael Waltrip has a lead over Dale Earnhardt. We asked several drivers earlier, how do you a pass here with the new restrictor plate. We asked several drivers earlier, how do you find a drafting partner? And now the question that Benny asked several drivers earlier in the weekends concerns this problem of drafting. The question, what happens if you're drafting a partner and he hangs you out to dry?
That's just racing. You forget. You'll remember it the next day pretty strongly and all the night after the race, but 2 days next, you get back to the racetrack on the 3rd or 4th day later, just forgot about it.
Hopefully you'll find that individual before a few laps to go, and you'll send your guy down to the pit and say, hey, you help us, we'll split the money with you. You know, so I don't know. A couple years ago, you know, finally got down, I think about 6 laps to go, and it's like a war. I mean, like Martinsville, just tires up down the sides, everybody sideways, everything else. It's just, you know, it's just a cutthroat deal. I wound up by second on the white flag lap, wound up 6th.
All fair and love war in the last lap. You're catching a pack, and you say you wait for him to come on, and you drop low, and you go to pass him, and you look in your mirror, and he didn't drop. And you said, oh, no. And you get halfway there, and you end up about 20th. But you remember that when you come back up through the pack. And that guy goes, oh, yeah, come on. And you go. He drops, you laugh, and you keep going.
I guess, you know, the smarter you are, the less you let that happen to yourself.
You got to remember, though, whose throat you cut as the day goes on. You kind of make a mental list of that, because when you get out there and you're relying on somebody whose throat you cut 50 laps, 100 laps to go, liable to pay for it big time.
So there's some comments from some drivers on what happens when your partner hangs you out to dry. And I hope you noticed how well Sterling Marlin looks. Of course, he suffered some facial burns in that crash at Bristol, and he has healed from those very well. Sterling looks good. He's also running very well here at this track. Let's go down to Jerry Punch with some comments on pit strategy. Jerry?
Bob, they are already picking partners once again for their pit stop. The next stop, we are told, for the leader will be around lap 121, some 4 or 5 laps away. Bill Engel, who is the crew chief for Michael Waltrip, came down and talked to Richard Jones just moments ago, and they've agreed to pit together on lap 121. So we'll watch the car number 30, the Pennzoil car, and Dale Earnhardt's car come down and pit together, and maybe Benny Parsons can explain what the advantage is of having 2 cars pit and lead pit road together.
Well, you cannot run on this racetrack by yourself. Rick Mast has proved that. He went out, what, 35 laps ago, was running a half lap behind, or about a third of a lap behind, by himself, and they lapped him in two-thirds of a lap. They made up on him in about 35 laps, and that's the same thing will happen to Dale Earnhardt. If the Waltrips were to get hooked up and he could not find a drafting partner, they would lap him in a pit stop at 100 miles. The fact that 2 cars run together so much faster than a single car.
We last had pit stops on lap 73. So we will be seeing some pit stops momentarily within the next few laps. Earnhardt continues to hang on to the lead. There's Darrell Waltrip second, Michael Waltrip third. And Bobby Hamilton has moved himself back into 4th spot. Ken Schrader 5th. And then Sterling Marlin.
Somebody might try to... Jerry Punch talked about lap 120, 121. If somebody tries to go to 130, they might make it on 1 more pit stop. If you can find a couple of cars that might make it on 1 more pit stop, they would have a clear advantage on. If they stop at 120, that leaves 68 laps to go. They're only going to run about 50 laps down, so I don't think that they can make it.
If they stop.
If they stop at 50 laps, so...
I bet Darrell Waltrip will stay out there and run them all.
If he can find somebody to run with. Yeah. If they all pit, then Darrell Waltrip has no choice but to pit as well.
14 cars remain on the lead lap.
That one car that was Rick Mast we were talking about, he is running in 15th place. He is now on the lap down. He's running with the lead pack, but is the one lap down.
The 2 guys out front, Dale Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip, each have 4 wins at this racetrack. Darrell has won this event twice, and the July race twice. Dale Earnhardt has won this event once, and the summer race 3 times.
We saw that Purelator Chevrolet of Derek Cope being passed with these group of leaders. Here comes Earnhardt in the pits. Also the Waltrips, they're trying to crash coming in the pits.
Wow, they got all jammed up there as they braked coming off the corner and headed toward pit road, but they're okay. They're coming in for their pit stops. Darrell Waltrip, Sterling Marlin, Michael Waltrip, and Dale Earnhardt all come in. Let's go to Jerry Punch in Dale's pit.
Just as predicted, planned pit strategy. 17 on the bottom, 3 on top. Darrell Waltrip on the bottom of your screen as the Western Auto crew working on his car. Likewise, Goodrich's crew working right side tires. And we'll come around. No, they will just change right side tires. Waltrip is out. Now Earnhardt is off the jack. And they come down pit road. Earnhardt leaving. Here's Michael Waltrip, Darrell Waltrip, Sterling Marlin. And the four lead cars will go back up and hook up to the grass at the finish part and try to catch back to the front.
Well, so much fun for my prediction that Darrell Waltrip wouldn't stop. He came right, boy, I'm hitting him today, Arnold.
I think he was just terrified of losing that Earnhardt draft, man.
I think you're right.
Yeah, he probably changed his mind here at the last minute. That's why one of the things that created that traffic jam there coming off the fourth corner.
Now, meanwhile, there's some cars in this pack that get excellent fuel mileage. Kenny Schrader, Harry Gant, 2 cars that is in the lead lap. They get great fuel mileage. If they ride for another 10 laps, Ned, they might be able to make it the rest of the way.
Got to be interesting to see how long they do that.
Schrader is the leader of the race. Second place is Harry Gant.
Now, I think Ricky Rudd made a green flag pit stop a little while ago. It might not have been, but I thought I saw, no, he didn't get out of that. I thought he'd gotten out of that group.
That was probably
he would be a good drafting partner, but that's not the case. So here I am wrong again.
122 laps out of 188 completed here at Talladega Superspeedway, live on this Monday afternoon. We'll be right back.
ESPN Home Video presents Bill Elliott, Racing into History. The only video that shows you why this man became a racer and how he became a champion. Hosted by ESPN's Benny Parsons, you'll feel the excitement of driving with Bill as he wins NASCAR's biggest prize, the Winston Million.
Bill Elliott gets the checker flag. Bill Elliott has won an additional $1 million in 1985.
Get an insider's look at the Dawsonville shops where Bill's cars are made. Ride with him at over 150 miles an hour and listen in as he and Ernie plan their race strategies.
I'll be about 2 rails away to the left rear.
Order your copy for only $19.95. Call 1-800-533-1800. That's 1-800-533-1800. Bill Elliott is one of America's premier NASCAR drivers and most popular heroes, and Racing into History lets you enjoy the excitement of driving with Bill again and again. Call today, 1-800-533-1800.
Man and machine race against the clock at the Indy 500 time trial. The speed, the drama, the excitement of qualifying for the greatest spectacle and richest motor race in the world, the Indy 500 time trial, beginning Sunday, May 12th, live on ESPN.
Back at Talladega, where Ken Schrader leads the Winston 500. After some have made pit stops, Ken has a pit stop coming up before too long. He did win here at Talladega back in 1988 in the Die Hard 500, which is the race that's held in July.
Bill Elliott running in second place now. There are 2 lap cars between Ken Schrader and Bill Elliott. And Harry
Look at Schrader. Schrader is waving his hand as he goes down the backstretch, perhaps indicating he's coming in.
He's telling everyone behind him he's coming to pit. And Ricky Rudd is going to pit with him. Now, this is a Hendrick team move.
Yep.
Because now they have a drafting partner when he goes back on the racetrack. Schrader does. So those 2 cars will pit together.
Schrader in 25 and Rudd in number 5. Very carefully bring their cars down off the 33 degrees of banking. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Scheduled pit stop for Kenny Schrader. As you said, gentlemen, they wanted Ricky Rudd to pit with them. Rudd had lost 2 laps earlier in the day, and they will have a drafting partner when they go back out. Remember, here is Schrader trying to get the car stopped right in the middle of his pit. It's not going that line. He doesn't stop the car perfectly. Now it's scampering over the wall. They will change only 2 right side tires. They need so much time to get this car back out on the track as much as possible. Car number 3 and 17. That is Earnhardt. Darrell Waltrip headed for turn 3 and 4, but Schrader is away. He will have to come back to full speed as Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip bear down in turn 4.
Both Hendrick cars work out of the pit area. Meanwhile, here come Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip and Michael Waltrip also. Now, the 33 car of Harry Gant is the leader, but remember, he's going to need a pit stop before long, and when he does come in, that will give the lead back to Dale Earnhardt.
Now, Dale Earnhardt had gotten out of the pits and beating Darrell Waltrip. When they got up to speed, he was about 2.5 seconds ahead of Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip had to run him down. Caught him. He had some help from Michael, but we don't even see Michael in the picture there right now.
He's not too far behind, but is several car lengths. There he is. There's the leader, Harry Gant, at number 33. He's going to try to stretch it to lap 132.
132, only leading him 64 laps to go the rest of the way. Oh, I'm sorry. 56 laps. 188's the distance we go, isn't it?
Yep. There's Gant's crew as they watch him remain on the racetrack. He moves to the inside of Dave Marcus in car 71, 128, so he's going to go.
He's getting a tough break right now because Dave Marcus, they need to get in line because he's using more fuel right now trying to pass Marcus.
I think Harry may have signaled to Dave.
Well, let's kill him, Harry, right there, running side by side. He needs to be in line to save fuel. They've decided to go with a strategy of saving fuel, and here all that goes right out the window.
Yeah, he's not saving fuel there.
How can you save fuel? That's running right behind someone and not running the throttle on the floor all the time. Being able to lift off the throttle a little bit. Now, to stay even in that position, he's having to run wide open all the way around the racetrack. Now he falls in behind Dave.
And Darrell Waltrip, who are second and third. The leader, Harry Gant, has not yet pitted. He's coming off from corner number 4. There he is with Dave Marcus.
Drafting on the back of Marcus.
That's lap 130.
He is about 39 seconds ahead of the second place car of Dale Earnhardt, which is not enough time for him to make a pit stop and get his speed back up. But what he's going to do is just stay on green the rest of the way and making only one more pit stop, and that's it. He has to, for him to do that.
How many times have we mentioned this year on our ESPN telecast about how well Harry Gant has run this year now? The finishing positions don't reflect in many instances how well this car has performed. He has had 3 top 10 finishes, including 2 thirds. Richmond and Rockingham, and a 5th last weekend at Martinsville, but he has been in the hunt every single race that we've televised.
So he should be coming in the next lap. This is 132 the next time by. There's his board to signal where he's located on the pit road.
You might also mention that Harry Gant is 51 years of age. There are the
cars that are running second and third.
Yep.
There's Michael Waltrip running 4th now, and Harry Gant comes in the pits.
Well, fellas, he might be able, there's some other cars there that he might be able to pick up. He's coming into the pits, but that one car, that might be some planned things too.
Exactly.
That he can pick up and draft with.
Yep.
Both those are good fast cars, teammates.
Yep. And also, they're owned by brothers.
Yep.
They're owned by brothers.
So Mass is in also ahead of Harry Gant, and these 2 cars will undoubtedly hook up as they come out of on the racetrack and hook up as drafting partners.
That's the one thing I was going to say that Harry might lack was a good drafting partner, but he's sitting right in front of him.
Let's go to John Kernan quickly.
Okay, both of them have
Andy Petrie and the crew said all they need is a little luck to go their way. Remember at Martinsville last week, they were running second and going into the turn, hit some oil into water and spun out in turn 1. They said, hey, they came back and finished on the lead lap, finished 5th. Said all they need is a little luck. Well, they're trying to make some luck of their own by stretching this fuel stock. They should be able to go the 56 remaining laps if it remains green, and that should be the edge to win the race, and they should also hook back up with Rick Mast as a drafting partner.
I don't know. Rick Mast is off far ahead, isn't he, Ned?
Yeah, he'd have to slow down. But Harry might be able to pick up some other cars. The Bill Elliott and Jeff Bodine and some of them are going to be coming into the picture with him before too long, so he might still have some good cars to run with.
So with the pit stops completed, it is Dale Earnhardt who is back on top of the Winston 500 with Darrell Waltrip running in second spot. Back after these messages.
There are things in this life we can all count on. Qualities we have come to know and trust. Pride, good friends, and simple, honest values. These are the things we know we can depend on. Chevrolet. The cars more Americans depend on.
What do you think? Here's a better idea.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome to the Bermuda Triangle.
No wonder nobody ever comes back. Top-of-the-line parts, expert advice. That's your Big A Auto Parts store.
Now this is my kind of do-it-yourself project. Want to know any more? Ask Ace. That's what I do.
These white resin stacking chairs are only $6.77 each. Ace waterproofing sealant protects for just $6.99 a gallon.
Hey, let me tell you, Ace is a place for me.
Here we go. The leader, Dale Earnhardt. Also, Darrell Waltrip is running second. We keep talking that they have to make one more pit stop, and Harry again, just a moment ago, made his last and final pit stop. Or he should be able to go the rest of the way, so we'll have to see how the strategy plays out.
You can see Rusty Wallace's car that is back out there on the race after being involved in that accident. Let's go to Jerry Punch with more on this pit strategy.
Just talking with Richard Childress and Kurt Shelford on some of the crew members here in the Earnhardt pit, and they would like to be able to build a comfortable lead on Harry Gant, and right now they're not very comfortable at all. The lead is only about 6.5 to 7 seconds differential between the 3 car and the 33 car. They know they have to pit at least once more. They would like to be able to build about a 10 or 12 more second lead over Gant so they can possibly have a shot at a gas and go. But right now, Gant is not cooperating.
Right now, but his need for another pit stop before this race is over may spell the difference. Racetrack that's bathed in sunshine now after heavy rain yesterday and a postponement of this event. We are 136 laps into this race. Look at these 3 cars drafting there on the bottom with each other.
And there's nothing left to draft. We just moved around Morgan Shepherd in the motorcraft board. Morgan had been one of those cars that had been running in the lead lap, but not in the lead pack. So that perhaps will put him, in fact, I'm sure it does put him a lap down.
Remember last year, about the only driver that could run with Dale Earnhardt was Greg Sachs. And now, at least at this stage of the race, Darrell Waltrip is running with Dale Earnhardt, taking a look to the inside there, but making no move.
He might be moving to the inside to get just a little bit of air through the grill. He might be running a little bit warm.
These are the guys that I referred to a little while ago drafting together. These machines are beat up and banged up, and there's no aerodynamics whatsoever to them, but they're still running out there on the bottom of the racetrack. Look at what used to be the front end of the Haviland Ford.
There are no front ends. There are no front ends. Look like a demolition derby.
They got their own drafting going on, their own race going on right there. Now, fellas, the last time around, Harry Gant gained about a half a second on Dale Earnhardt.
Harry Gant's car is awfully fast now.
Yeah, he had picked up the draft of Kenny Schrader and Ricky Rudd, and that allowed him to move in even closer. As Jerry Punch about it. And now he has it down under 6 seconds. Of course, the leader, that's Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip. Michael Waltrip is third, Jimmy Spencer fourth, and in fifth place is Sterling Marlin. Those three cars are locked up in a draft a little farther back.
The race man, King Richard Petty, was knocked out of this race very early, but to order your copy of The Ride of a Lifetime, documenting the incredible career of King Richard Petty, 1-800-342-3400. That's the number to dial to get all the information that you need to order home video Ride of a Lifetime. 1-800-342-3400. Jerry Punch has more from Darrell Waltrip's pit.
Well, gentlemen, remember a year ago you were talking a minute ago about how well Greg Sachs ran. He was one of the few cars that could run with Dale Earnhardt, and it was a Chevrolet Lumina. Well, maybe a little deja vu here for Darrell Waltrip. The engine builder for Greg Sachs a year ago was Charlie Seegers. That's the same man who built the engine for Darrell Waltrip here at Talladega. Now, Waltrip buying engines, of course, from Hendrick Motorsports, and Charlie Seegers is an employee there in the engine room. So maybe Waltrip can hang on just like Sachs did a year ago and maybe get a little bit different shot at Earnhardt with a checkered flag ball.
He's running very well, as all day, but right now is content, or appears to be content, with staying right there in Earnhardt's draft and running in second position.
He's not content. He just feels like it's the best thing for him to do right now.
Yeah, it's a smart thing for him to do. No question about that. Now, Harry Gant has cut that deficit to about 5.5 seconds now, although he had moved up on the car number 25 as Kenny Schrader was drafting him, but now he has dropped off. So Gant, I don't know if he has purposely slowed down or what has happened, but he has lost the draft with the cars that helped him to move to gain that second number.
What happened is he passed Stanley Smith up in turn 3. Those other three cars got by Stanley clean and went in turn 3. Harry got home on the outside, had to get out of the throttle, and he lost 10 car lengths, 15 car lengths because of it.
Okay.
Darrell is moving around like his car is running a little bit more.
We'll look over Harry Gant, and
there he is.
There he is, running at the front of that pack now with Jeff Bodine.
Yeah, but he had run away from Jeff Bodine until he had that little situation that Benny talked about, and now he has to pick back up. Now he's the fellow that's using the gas there in front of Jeff Bodine. Bodine will be saving some gas at the Budweiser Ford.
That's right, because Harry's having to run wide open right now, trying to catch up with that group of cars he was with just a moment ago.
So it's 7th and 8th right here. Harry Gant is 7th, and Jeff Bodine in the Budweiser Ford is in 9th place, rather 8th place on the lead lap. There are 11 cars that remain on the lead lap.
Morgan Shepherd in front of him. Now if he can just get a little bit of draft off Morgan, maybe those three cars, if he can get in the middle of that, he can save some fuel, and maybe they can get that group in front of him right there, those guys. He was right behind him just a moment ago.
There's the one car of Rick Mast that was going to be his drafting partner out of the pits, but it didn't work out that way.
Well, it was. He had caught him back, and, 3 laps ago, he was right with this group of 3 cars. But as Benny said, he had to lift when he ran up on some lap tracks, and it just cost him. Big amp, and it cost him.
Panning back to show you the interval between that Rick Mast car and Harry Gant.
And that's the penalty you pay for lifting off the throttle. You say, don't they hit the brakes when they go in the corner? No. They run around this racetrack wide open, never taking the foot off the accelerator.
Now both Darrell Waltrip and Dale Earnhardt have passed the 26 car of Brett Bodine, and so there are 10 cars on the lead lap. The top 15 at this moment, it is Dale Earnhardt leading. Darrell Waltrip running in second position, followed by Michael Waltrip, Jimmy Spencer, and Sterling Marlin. 6 through 10, Schrader, Gant, Bodine, Elliott, and Hamilton, 11 through 15. Bodine, Shepard, Mast, Musgrave, and Marcus.
Of all the personalized services offered by the American Express Gold Card, maybe the most significant is the first, application. You make one phone call, and if you qualify, all that's required is your signature. No forms to fill out, just a conversation. A simple demonstration of how easy many things will become when you're a Gold Card member. The American Express Gold Card. To get an idea of the kind of personalized service you can expect when you carry the Gold Card, call up and apply. Everything is done for you over the phone. If you qualify, you just sign the acceptance form when it arrives in the mail. 1-800-THE-GOLD. A preview of how it feels to be a Gold Card member. The American Express Gold Card.
Bob Jenkins, along with Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, Dr. Jerry Punch, and John Kernan back at Talladega Superspeedway as we have completed 145 of 188 laps in the Winston 500. The lead is held by Dale Earnhardt. Running a close second is Darrell Waltrip. Third position belongs to Michael Waltrip and Jimmy Spencer and Sterling Marlin. Now, we talked about how most everyone is going to need at least one more pit stop. There was question as to whether Harry Gant would be able to. At first, it was thought that he would be able to go the rest of the distance. But, Jerry, what's the calculation say now? Might he be able to go the distance, or is he going to have to stop?
This is not coming from the Harry Gant crew. This is coming from other crews who are trying to beat Harry Gant. But their figuring is this, Bob. Gant ran 58 laps on his last fuel stop. But in that 58 laps, there were 4 caution laps. Now, he pitted on lap 132. That would mean he'd have to go 56 green flag laps to the conclusion and win the race. And indeed, if he were to do that, and he could run 56 laps, Earnhardt, Waltrip, everyone else will have to stop, and he would win the race. But the question mark for the Earnhardt crew is, can he make it 56 laps under green? They figure it's going to be awfully close. And let's see what they're actually figuring up in the Harry Gant pit where John Kernan's standing. John?
Let's just say cautiously optimistic. Andy Petrie to 3 crews, maybe a little bit doubting you go 56 green flag laps. Can you do it?
Well, we're going to try to. We went 58 that time with a little help from caution flags. But, we're going to roll the dice. We're going to try.
After you refilled the tanks back here, the 2 11-gallon tanks of fuel, did you find that you had enough fuel in it to go 56 green flag?
It just about took all of it. It's going to be close.
Well, they're going to roll the dice here in the Harry Gant pit. Like I said, they need some luck. They feel that they're going to make their own luck if this stays green the rest of the way.
You know, fellas, a couple laps ago, he just moved over and let Bill Elliott and Jeff Bodine go by. He almost overdid it. He has caught back up to him now so he can rest. Now, see, third place car, Michael Waltrip there in front of him. Michael was several laps ago pretty far in front of this group, but they have drafted up to him now. But Harry Gant dropped at the end of that line just to sit there and conserve gas. But then I would have thought that he would stay in the middle of it, because sometimes that car behind you can help a little bit too, and he might have even saved more gas.
He could have saved a little bit more, but he doesn't have to save that much. He can do 56. I really believe he can make 56 laps if he just rides behind these folks. Now, Bill Elliott, we've been watching Bill Elliott, and he is one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. But now, can he go by that entire group? That's going to be an awfully hard task.
So the bottom line is, don't go away, because we have the possibility of a very exciting finish to this race here in the next half hour or so. There is Dale Earnhardt leading Darrell Waltrip. They're running first and second, and Earnhardt's last lap was 192.714. And here is the interval between the first 2 and third, fourth, fifth, and on back.
And Harry Gant is right at the tail end of that tank, as we said, riding along, trying to save all the gasoline he can.
Well, that's about 5.5 seconds back to that second group of cars. So now there are just 9 cars in the lead lap. Bobby Hamilton has gone a lap down to the leader. 10th position.
Rick Mast moving to the bottom of the racetrack to pass one of those involved in the 17-car crash. By the way, if you're just joining us, we did have a red flag. 17 cars involved in a massive pileup at the end of the backstretch that has sent Kyle Petty to Caraway Medical Center in Birmingham for treatment of a broken leg.
The reason we're showing you the 33 car so much is that he's the fella that we think can go the rest of the way. Here comes Darrell.
Darrell Waltrip may be trying to take over the lead here from Dale Earnhardt. Waltrip moving to the inside, and he indeed does pass Earnhardt and takes the lead. Darrell Waltrip goes to the front.
Maybe he figures he can lead them a little bit faster than Earnhardt is going to lead them. They're going to have to make a pit stop. We know that for sure. And so they will probably make their pit stop together, but I guess they figured that maybe Darrell might pull them. They're going to test it to see if he can pull them a little bit faster than Earnhardt is pulling them, because they're not getting away from that second group of cars. And they need to build up some distance.
37 more laps to go in the Winston 500. Darrell Waltrip has moved to the front. Dale Earnhardt runs second. Back after these messages with more.
1985, 86, 87, 88, 89. For 6 straight years, the full-size pickup from GMC Truck has retained more of its original value than any other in America. That's why sales of the Sierra are growing faster than any other full-size pickup. And we intend to keep it that way in 1991 with these new Sierras. And in 92, GMC Truck. It's not just a truck anymore. It's quality on the road.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sport Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents, a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, a true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right Guard Sport Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
ESPN Speed World with live coverage of the Winston 500 from Talladega, Alabama. Just about 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Many of you may be just getting home from work saying, what's going on? This race was supposed to start at noon Eastern Time and should have been over. Well, we had a rain delay to begin the thing this morning. It rained hard again and wetted the track, allowing us to get this race started at just about 2 o'clock Eastern Time. And then we had a red flag situation because of a crash. Now, the crash occurred when the cars were running in a big bunch, and it involved, first of all, Ernie Irvan, Kyle Petty, and Mark Martin.
And our Martin's car gets up in the air, but fortunately comes down on all 4 tires. And there was, what, 17 cars involved in this. Maybe 2 or 3 drove through. The one car of Rick Mast was able to get through without too much damage. Bill Elliott we see driving through. Brett Bodine. But a few cars was able to drive through, but not many.
And the injured driver in all this was Kyle Petty. He sustained a broken leg and possible other injuries. Now look at this, and he's being treated at Caraway Medical Center. How about this? A little strategy going on here between Richard Childress on the left of Dale Earnhardt's crew.
And Jeff Hammond.
And Jeff Hammond from Darrell Waltrip's crew on the right as they discuss strategy.
They're trying to figure out what in the world they can do when they're going to stop so they can stop and draft together.
Jerry, what's going on down there?
I think what Richard was trying to do a little bit ago was to have Dale drop back a little bit and follow DW, Darrell Waltrip, because Waltrip can get a little better gas mileage than can Earnhardt. And, of course, if Earnhardt can tease another extra lap or 2 out of it, maybe in the green flag, and hope for a yellow flag in the last 10 or 12 laps, and maybe able to make that final stop under the caution. But otherwise, Earnhardt would be the first car that would probably have to pit among the leaders, and Waltrip could go maybe another 3 or 4 laps. So Earnhardt should tend to sit back there and ride to the draft and just stay there and maybe save a little gas.
Very interesting. By the way, when Darrell Waltrip took the lead just a few laps ago, that was the first time that he had led today. We've had 21 lead changes among 9 drivers.
Now, fellas, according to my unofficial stopwatch, they're running about 0.10 of a second per lap faster with Waltrip in the lead than they were when Earnhardt was in the lead. It'll help them a little bit as far as those other cars back there are concerned. The man that they're worried about is still Harry Dent. They know they got the rest of the field covered because everybody else, like them, is going to have to make a pit stop. But they don't know about Harry Dent. We heard Andy Petrie, the crew chief on the old bandit of Harry Gant say that they were going to try to go the rest of the way.
Well, the Western Auto Mechanic of the Race Award has been announced, and it's Charlie McKay of the number 98 Banquet Crew. Congratulations to Charlie McKay, who's named the Mechanic of the Race from Western Auto. Here comes Dale off the second corner, pulling alongside and pulling ahead of Darrell Waltrip, and Earnhardt goes back to the front.
Well, we got into that conversation down there. Just said, well, maybe we need to have Dale up front. Maybe, you know, I only clocked each car, those two cars, a couple of laps apiece when Earnhardt was out front and then Darrell was out front, and I had him a little bit faster when Darrell was in front.
31 laps to go when they cross the stripe.
You know, he might have went back in front because he was pitting on down pit road. Darrell was pitting as you immediately go on pit road. Earnhardt has to go on fast. Well, Darrell Waltrip would slow him down too much. So if he gets back in front, he's able to go on to his pit, and then Darrell go to his pit instead of having to slow down while Darrell slowed down. Did you understand what I said?
Yeah, clear as mud.
I'm not sure.
Now, you see Michael Walker coming into the picture. He's leading that big pack of cars. He's running in third place. He pulls down behind some of those race cars, trying to pick up a little ground off of them. He has cut about a second off of their lead in the last 5 laps.
And there is Harry Gant running at the back of this line of cars. But again, we remind you that there's a possibility that Harry can go all the way without a fuel stop. We know everybody else is going to have to make one.
Well, this is a long time down the road, but one tough break that Harry Gant could get. When all these cars pit, and watch Mickey Gibbs go by, when all these cars pit and leave Harry out there with no one to draft with. And Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip could hook up.
Yep.
And maybe catch him. So that's the one thing that he has to be careful about, that is he has someone to draft with. There's nothing he can do about it.
And most of the cars that are on the racetrack are in that group that he's running with.
And when they all pit, he's going to be by himself.
Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Richard Childress.
Well, Harry Gant may feel like the Maytag repairman pretty soon, but they're teaming up against him here a little bit. Now, RC, the discussion with Jeff Hammond, you guys could actually go a little longer, but you're going to try to pit together, maybe 168, 59, somewhere along in there?
Yeah, we picked the lap we're going to pit on. We'll be in the 1 can window where each car will only need 1 can of fuel. And then, you know, we're just going to have to go from there. It looks like Harry will be able to make it. It's going to be real close to Harry, I think.
So you guys are just going to try to ride it out and conserve as much fuel as possible with Dale leading and then DW leading?
No, right now we were a little faster with us in front, so we switched back right there, you know, where we can try to pull away from that other pack. We want to at least get the second, third if Harry slips in there.
Apparently that's the strategy. 169. They're going to have the 17 car and the 3 car come in and fit together and take their best shot at beating Harry Gant.
And that is exactly 10 laps from now. 159 are on the board. We have a tremendous situation developing here. Who'll win the Winston 500 here at Talladega?
Joe Amato. When he goes out for a Sunday drive, he goes with Autolite. But Monday through Saturday, Joe goes one better. Autolite Platinum, the premium performance plug for your everyday driving. This Joe's not your average Sunday driver. And Autolite Platinum's not your average everyday plug.
The hot new styling of the 1991 Sonoma is so much fun. It's all you really need on a Saturday night.
GMB truck, it's not just a truck anymore.
The new Sonoma 4x4 features shift-on-the-fly 4-wheel drive. So you'll get easy driving, even in driving rain.
GMB truck, it's not just a truck anymore.
We're back at Talladega in the closing laps of the Winston 500 for 1991. Dale Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip are drafting with each other in first and second position. Michael Waltrip remains third, Sterling Marlin fourth, and Jimmy Spencer is running in fifth position. In about 8 more laps, these 2 cars are scheduled to come in for their final pit stop.
It will be gas only, and as Richard Childress said, they're in the 1 can window. That means they put in 1 can of fuel, 1 complete can, and be able to go the rest of the way.
Now we're talking how far they are behind, how far they are ahead of this group back here.
That's Harry Gant. There's 7.7 seconds in front of Harry Gant.
Now, when I said a moment ago that Michael Waltrip and them had closed in about a second on them, since then, Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip have opened it up about 2 seconds from what they were. So they've moved away from that pack a little bit once Earnhardt got back in front. Even though I said at one point that when Darrell was in front, they were running faster. That was just for a lap or so, and it could have been catching some other car or something like that. I don't know.
There could have been a slow car in front that they got just a little bit of draft off of it. It made a lot of difference. There's Rusty Wallace.
Do it again. By the way, we can't time at the start-finish line because of the placement of our cameras. So we're using that gray line there at pit entrance to be our interval line. And it's, ooh, boy, from 7.7 to 8.2.
Well, Brett Bodine passed Harry Gant in 1 and 2 that time, and then Harry had to back off the gas because of that. And there was a half second.
Both of these guys, former winners here at Talladega, both have won so far this year in Winston Cup competition. As a matter of fact, Dale Earnhardt has won twice this year. Last weekend at Martinsville, Ford friend won Richmond, and Darrell Waltrip was the winner at Bristol. By the way, while we watch this action on the racetrack, we can tell you that the number 4 car, Bernie Irvin, is sat on the pole, is going for the second leg of the Winston Million, and the Unocal bonus money is back on the racetrack after having been involved in that incident on the back eliminated or at least affected 17 cars.
And he was one of the 3 cars that initiated it. He and Kyle Petty and Mark Martin got together.
Nothing has changed. Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip running first and second. Meanwhile, Michael Waltrip was running third a moment ago, still is.
And we talked about Darrell a lot, but Michael deserves his credit too because he is running third. Right behind him is a 22 car of Sterling Marlin, and it's running fourth.
Every car on the racetrack has to pit, as far as I know, with the exception of Harry Gant and Rick Mast.
I would say every car, that is those that are running in the lead lap at least.
And we understand that the 30 car, 22, of Michael Waltrip and Sterling Marlin are planning on pitting together. And we see Jeff Bodine coming in the picture on the outside.
Yeah, Bodine's picking up a couple positions. He passes Bobby Hamilton.
He's on the scoreboard for the first time today, running in 5th place now. Jeff Bodine, the Budweiser Ford.
And we've forgotten about Jeff. This car usually gets very good fuel mileage.
I just checked a moment ago. He stopped on 123. So he has to go 65 laps, and that's going to be a lot hard to do.
Michael Waltrip, another good run in the Pennzoil car today. Started 20th. Rather fell to 25th at the end of 30 laps, but then look at his progression. To lap 60, he moved up to 7th. 120, he was third, and continues to run in third position here on lap 166.
Well, he got to third spot, and he got behind Earnhardt and Waltrip, and that's just as far as he could go because those two guys, Earnhardt and Waltrip right now have the best cars in the field. As good as any, I should say.
Sixth is Spencer, then Schrader, then 68 of Hamilton, then Bill Elliott, and then Harry Gant.
Gant running in 9th place. 9 cars in the lead.
Let me show you something real interesting. You're behind the 33 car is the 1. That's the car with Rick Mast. And as I said a little bit ago, that car is owned by brothers. Leo Jackson owns the 33, Richard the 1. I think the 1 has moved back to help that 33 draft.
He absolutely, about 3 laps ago, Benny, he did. He pulled over and let the others go. He almost dropped too far back off the about to lose his draft, but he's hitting back up now, so he's helping Harry Gant. I think it is better to have a car on your back bumper to save a little more gas than if you were running by yourself. And then when those others pit, he will have himself a drafting party.
One concern that he had has went out the window because Rick Mast is going to be there. Because remember, they pit at the same time.
Right.
Now, Rick Mast gave up a couple of positions when he did that. When he backed off and let some cars pass him, Brett Bodine was one of them, and Bobby Hamilton. They have moved up now. Hamilton running 10th, Brett Bodine 11th, and Rick Mast 12th. They're all 1 lap down.
But again, those 2 cars have to stop, and Rick Mast, I don't believe, doesn't because he and Harry stopped together.
Right.
How did Bobby Hamilton get lapped? Just got out of the draft?
Yeah, he did.
Got out of the draft.
Yeah, Brett was lapped, and then not too long after that, Bobby was lapped.
Because that car ran so good early on.
Sure did. Terry's never won at this track. His best finish was a second in 1989.
Getting awfully close to that window for the 3-car, the 17 car, 3 laps.
Yep, they were supposed to come in on lap 169, and this would be lap 169.
Looks like they're coming in.
Here they come, right on schedule. Darrell Waltrip comes in, and so does Dale Earnhardt, the guys that are running first and second. Let's go to Jerry Punch for the call.
Let's see if Earnhardt can get the Goodrich Chevrolet stopped exactly as he needs to be able to get fuel in the car. Waltrip on the bottom of your screen, Earnhardt on top, and they have put 1 can of fuel in. He's getting an entire can of fuel in. Waltrip is now gone. He is coming down pit road. Earnhardt is moving away. These two cars will head back to turn 1 and try to draft back as close to the front as possible.
About a 7.2-second pit stop for Earnhardt. Just 1 can of fuel was all they need to go the distance.
But it must be 25 seconds to stop and get back up to speed again. Bill Elliott, meantime, has made a pit stop. He's going back on the track. As we watch Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip right behind him, trying to get back up to speed.
Yeah, these restrictor plates make it much slower getting back to speed. Now the lead goes to Michael Waltrip in car number 30. The 22 car of Sterling Marlin runs in second position. Third is Ken Schrader, but these guys may be coming in next time around.
And we've already had a report that Michael Waltrip and Sterling Marlin were planning to pit together.
Was in that group just a moment ago. He's made a pit stop. And Jimmy Spencer came in with him, so both those cars. Meanwhile, Dave Marcus has blown an engine down in turn 1. I don't know if that's going to cause a caution, but he's slow in turn 2.
And you can see Michael Waltrip waving to the drivers behind him that he was thinking about coming in for a pit stop, and indeed he does. Here comes Michael and Sterling Marlin pitting together. Down slowly on pit road, Jerry Punch once again.
Bill Engel and the rest of the Pennzoil crew waiting Michael Waltrip to bring that big bright yellow Pontiac in. Car number 22, Sterling Marlin, is already gone. Pit road, and Marlin is trying to come back to speed, and now Michael Waltrip cannot catch Sterling Marlin. He smokes the tires, and now they will both get back in line into turn 1.
Yeah, Sterling is going to have an advantage on Michael as they come out.
Meanwhile, as Sterling goes into turn 1, here comes Waltrip and Earnhardt, so they're going to go by him.
Yeah, they made Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip made a better combined pit stop than these two did, because they aren't going to hook up together again, where Earnhardt and Darrell came out together and they're hooked up and safe.
Lead goes to Ken Schrader in car number 25. 171 laps. We're 17 away from the end of the Winston 500 at Talladega, and we'll be right back.
If you think Architectural Digest is an investment to be saved and savored, then you are right. Each spectacular issue brings you the very best in interior design, art, antiques, and travel. Call now and you'll find the investment is smarter than ever, with 12 fabulous issues for just $29.95. As part of this offer, you receive this special bonus, Celebrity Homes Revisited, your free gift as a new subscriber.
Call toll-free 800-544-1000 for Architectural Digest. That's 800-544-1000.
Call now and you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and this valuable 120-page guide to understanding money and markets. That's 13 weeks of the journal for the news and ideas you need every business day. And this guide free, which tells you everything you want to know about money and markets, all for only $37, a 24% savings off the newsstand price. Call now toll-free 800-832-8700. That's 800-832-8700 for today's Wall Street Journal.
Indy 500 time trials beginning Sunday live on ESPN.
Winston Cup Racing, the Winston 500, live from Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama, now with just 14 more laps to go. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Bud Light. Everything else is just a light. By Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. And by Buick, the new symbol for quality in America. The leader is Ken Schrader in car number 25. He's drafting on his teammate Ricky Rudd, who remains 2 laps down and has been virtually all race long. There is Harry Gant right behind Ken Schrader, and his teammate Rick Mast runs right behind him.
But Ken Schrader and Ricky Rudd are going to have to make pit stops. And Harry Gant and Rick Mast may not have to.
5 more laps, we understand, before those Hendry cars come in for a stop. The 17 and the 3 cars remain running together. They are anything but teammates, but they have been hooked up and drafting partners for a long time now.
Now, when they came out of the pits, Dale Earnhardt was in the lead by about 5 or 6 car lengths. Darrell caught him and passed him.
And Earnhardt has tried to get by Darrell a couple of times, not been able to make that move.
What this essentially boils down to is Harry Gant is going to win the race if he doesn't have to stop for fuel. If he does have to stop for fuel, it'll be a contest between these 2 guys.
Exactly. It's pretty simple terms, isn't it?
That's about the way it is, and we'll know the outcome in, what, 15 laps?
16.
15 and a half. We're on the back.
Okay, I agree. 15 and a half. The 3rd car back, the green and white car, to Skull Bandit, Harry Gant. If he can just have enough fuel to last 16 more laps, can win this thing.
51 years of age.
Now, talking about drafting partners, fellas, there's a couple more. The Junior Johnson cars. Michael Waltrip might mess that up, though. But Jeff Bodine and Sterling Marlin have been drafting together, and Michael trying to get down on the inside.
He might have him now down in turn 1. Michael runs so good on the bottom.
Boy, he does.
See, his spotter said, go up, go up. And right in front of Jeff Bodine.
He had that car right on almost the apron of the racetrack and then headed for the top of the banking and took the position away from Jeff Bodine. Here comes Bill Elliott challenging Jimmy Spencer.
Yes, sir. That was definitely help from above that told him to move up. Those spotters.
There are Spencer and Elliott running side by side.
Did you fellas say that there's 15 or 16 laps to go?
11 now.
11 now. It's only a 188-lap race, and they're on the 172.
172.
It was 172 just a moment ago.
Well, I think that's, you either looked at it wrong or the program was wrong.
Okay, 11 laps to go. Schrader coming in with Rudd, his drafting partner. The Hendrick cars make their way onto pit road. Now, Ricky, his pit is closer to turn 4. Schrader has to come all the way down here to pit end near turn 1.
We saw Rudd move over quickly and let Schrader go by. If they had not been teammates, he would have held him out there as long as he could.
See, Ricky already had his service, had the gas put in before Schrader got to his pit. Now Ricky coming down. They're going to get out in pretty good shape running together.
Here comes Rudd pulling ahead of his teammate Schrader and saying, come on, Kenny, let's hook up and go.
Yeah, they'll be able to hook up together. If Rudd has to, he'll back off, but I don't think he's going to need to.
Meanwhile, Darrell and Earnhardt just went by as they're exiting, going in the 2nd corner, coming off the 2nd corner now. Darrell and Earnhardt are going down the back straightaway.
Meanwhile, here's Harry Gant with now Mast running ahead of him.
Because you can save a little more fuel running behind than you can in front.
10 laps to go.
So it's a matter now of whether he can. There's Andy Petrie, the crew chief, talking to Harry Gant, and it's a matter of whether he can make the distance or not. If there are no cautions, he's going to win this race if he can go. Right now, he is about 23 seconds ahead of Darrell Waltrip.
Well, we had a battle of the ages a few weekends ago. Holyfield and involved in a boxing match, and now we've got a 50, with Foreman, and now we've got a 51-year-old leading this race.
Well, how high their confidence level?
It's there if they need it, just in case.
Spits, Harry will have no choice but hit road.
Harry Gant is the leader.
Well, this has been a real chess match today, trying to find cars, trying to figure out how to run together, and really find your partners.
Really been a bizarre weekend here. It was one thing after another, including the 17-car pileup that we had earlier in the race that brought out the red flag and resulted in a broken leg to Kyle Petty, who's being treated at Caraway Medical Center north of Birmingham. It'll be 7 to go when they hit the line. 181 laps complete. Where are Earnhardt and there they are.
They're up coming off the fourth corner while Harry Gant's down between 1 and 2. That's in turn 4.
Yeah, they can't catch Harry unless he runs out of gas. He is too far ahead of them now, regardless of how fast they're running. If they're running a second a lap faster than he is, they're not going to catch him unless he runs out of gas.
There were some cars that was involved in that crash Bob was talking about just a moment ago.
Ernie Irvin did re-enter the race, but has since gone behind the wall once again. 9 cars remain on the lead lap.
Success catching that 17th car. He passed the calling.
There is Gant again, right on the back of his #1 teammate, Rick Mast.
I got my stopwatch running again, fellas, to see. We said a moment ago it was 23 seconds as Earnhardt makes a move down on the inside of Darrell Waltrip, but couldn't do it that time. And now they've chopped it down to about 21 3/4 seconds. So they are gaining on Harry Gant, but there's not enough time left to gain all of that distance.
Less than 6 laps to go. Dale Earnhardt, by the way, was going for 3 wins in a row here at Talladega. Buddy Baker won 3 in a row in 1975 and 76. Both of these guys, Waltrip and Earnhardt, have each won 4 different events at Talladega.
Harry Gant just completed another lap. He's down to 5.
Here's a trivia question for you. With Harry Gant leading in an Oldsmobile, he was the last driver to win in an Oldsmobile here at Talladega. He had a famous racing name, let's put it that way.
Well, we know who that was.
He was driving that one car. He had 55 on the side of it.
Bill Parsons, last to win in an Oldsmobile here at Talladega. These cars running for position. Yep. Sterling Marlin, Michael Waltrip, and Jeff Bodine, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Ricky Rudd is a couple of laps down. Spark plug wire followed early in the race. They stopped and put it back on, but he lost 2 laps doing it.
And has not been able to make up either of them.
Sterling Marlin got a little bit of advantage on Michael Walker, but I don't think it was enough.
Boy, the hats off award has to go to Sterling Marlin for finishing, or at least running 4th right now for the end of the race in his first full race back from the Burns of Bristol.
Not too far behind them is the 7th place car, Jimmy Spencer, and then comes Kim Schrader and Bill Elliott. There's Spencer in the red car with yellow wheels on it. And then Bill Elliott's not too far behind, or Kim Schrader really is right on his bumper, and then Bill Elliott.
There again, just went by, guys. 3 more.
By the way, Jimmy Spencer would be having his 4th top 10 finish in a row. Jimmy Spencer would be. Now Gant continues to circle out there and hoping that he can complete just 2.5 more laps. If he can, he'll win the Winston 500. We understand that the car may have sputtered here in the tri-oval. Let's continue to watch and see if Harry can stretch his fuel mileage and drive to victory lane, or whether it's going to be Darrell Waltrip and Dale Earnhardt battling for the finish.
He didn't stop this time.
2 laps to go. A little over 5 miles from victory for Harry Gant.
He needs to be running a little bit closer than that to get the full effect of the draft. I'm sure he's getting some help. But,
what he needs is Rick to slow down.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to speed up.
No.
Harry will get the white flag next time by. The other battle on the racetrack is for that second spot, and it's Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip going at it.
I was sworn that Harry Gant looked like he was going to...
Rick Mast might be out of gas.
Oh, Mast is high on the racetrack, and Harry passes him. Wow, now this may affect
Well,
Harry.
maybe he's not out of gas. I don't know. Maybe he's going to try to push it.
Maybe Harry
runs
knows
out of gas.
Maybe
You can't do that. You can't do that. That's not legal.
Maybe Harry knows he has enough fuel and wants to help his partner make it to the finish. Well, in any case, the white flag is out for Harry Gant. 1 more lap to go. Will he make it? He sets the car into turn number 1 for the final time, and the fans that came here on this Monday to watch this race are up and cheering for the 51-year-old from Taylorsville, North Carolina, showing the younger guys how it's done. Now, he has been warned that Rick Mast cannot push that car to the finish line. He has to cross the line on his own. Is he doing it right now, or is it a tight draft?
I think it's just a tight draft. I don't know.
Well, they're separated, so Harry is still on the gas, and he's got some in it. Here he comes off of corner number 4. Remember, the start-finish line is way down past the triangle.
He's out of gas, I do believe.
I believe he can coast the rest of the way.
Can he do it? Can he coast the rest of the way?
Well, is that one car pushing him now?
Nope, they're separated. They're separated at this moment. Here comes Harry Gant down for the checkered flag, and he wins it. And Rick Mast moved to the inside to make sure that NASCAR saw that he was not pushing him. Here's the other battle. Darrell Waltrip, it appears, is going to win the battle for second position. He finishes second. Dale Earnhardt is third. Here comes 4th, 5th, and 6th. And 7th. Marlin, Waltrip, Jeff Bodine, and Ken Schrader finish in that order. Let's go to John Kernan, who's with Andy Petrie.
Andy, I tell you, it looked like you almost got a little push here in the triangle from that one car. How close was it?
Well, we're trying to get Rick out from behind him. You know, Harry wanted to back off the gas to save the gas, and then Rick's right behind him. You know, he wasn't pushing him, but he was almost.
You guys aren't real happy right now, are you?
What do you think?
You said you needed some luck, but you made it on your own today by stretching his fuel stop.
Yeah, I tell you, we've had a lot of luck lately, but it's all been bad. We've only got some good luck.
Well, head on down to Victory Lane. Thanks a lot, Andy. Congratulations.
Harry Gant wins the Winston 500 by stretching his fuel mileage and beating Darrell Waltrip and Dale Earnhardt.
No matter what you drive, no matter where you drive it, or under what conditions, you can rely on Champion spark plugs to help your engine run smoother and more efficiently on or off the road. Champion spark plugs. No matter what you drive.
Introducing the Bud Light IMSA Racing Team. Catch it this season.
How do we get the truck back?
Throw it in reverse. It's tough enough to take you 250,000 miles. Tough enough to take you from Akron to Atlanta, on to Fort Worth and Fargo.
It's the Quaker State Guarantee. A guarantee so tough, your new car's engine is protected against oil-related breakdowns for 250,000 miles or 10 years.
Hartford to Hollywood.
Enroll free at your Quaker State Service Center. You could run out of roads before you run out of Quaker State protection, because Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
All the deep-down quality that makes a Buick so enjoyable on a Saturday afternoon is forged in the heat of weekends we spend throughout the year. So while you're considering the ownership of a bright new Buick, rest assured that Buick engineers are out at the nation's racetracks, racing to make your new Buick even better. Buick.
the new symbol for quality in America.
There is the winner of the Winston 500. Harry Gant from Taylorsville, North Carolina, has a big smile on his face. Here's Jerry Punch.
Well, Harry Gant sitting in the car here, and the crew celebrating in the background. Charlie Presley and little head Harry climb out. A well-deserved celebration going on down here. Let's listen a second here. Oh, my goodness. Harry, congratulations on a great effort.
Well, thank you. You know, we just try to stay out of trouble and stay at the back, and just getting the gas mileage after we made the stop there. They said we could go all the way if we save fuel. And the whole last 40 laps, I just was running like half throttle in that draft, and somebody went by, let them go by because I didn't want to use the fuel, and then it started running out on me. 5 to go, the fuel pressure started fluctuating. But Rick had backed off a lot. He and I both were probably running a little over half throttle there. And so then he pulled over for me to go by, and he had to bump me a lot of times to get me on around the last lap.
When did it finally quit? When you know you knew you were going to make it?
Coming off a 4, or going into, well, it quit a bunch down the backstretch, and Rick gave me a good boot, and it got me going, and then going in 3, it cut off, and he got it's hard for him to get again. All 4 wouldn't run any, and down the year it wasn't running any. So he gave me a good push, but they're just totaling my seconds out to me and tell me how far I was ahead, you know. And we lost one of the members of the Skull Classic team, Hugo, passed away, and prayers for Hugo, and hope to have our prayers for George Bush that he gets better tomorrow then. And the crew just done a super job here today.
Harry Gant wins the Winston 500, and they talk about 40-something with Nolan Ryan and George Foreman. How about 50-something, Bob?
There are the results, and by virtue of his 3rd place finish, Dale Earnhardt is back on top of the point standings. For Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, Dr. Jerry Punch, and John Kernan, thanks for being with us. This is Bob Jenkins. So long, everyone.